The Terra Papers by Robert Morning Sky. We are not alone. The astronomers are wrong. The scientists are wrong. They are here, but we cannot see them because they hide. They hide in plain sight. We are their servants. We are their slaves. We are their property. We are theirs. Robert Morning Sky. In time, the star being would come to trust the six. By using a small crystal to create images, the visitor began to communicate with the young men. Calling him the star elder, the youth sat at the knee of their friend, examining all of the crystalline images with great care, piecing together the incredible history of our solar system and mankind itself. Star Elder's message was simple. Star beings have been here since Earth was a barren rock. They were here when man was created and have been here throughout his evolution. In some cases, their involvement was benevolent. In some cases, it was not. Man has been guided, and he has been misled. The star beings have been our gods and our devils. They have always been here, and they are still here now. When pressed to explain his presence on Earth, the star elder stunned the six. There was a war in the skies above. His ship had been downed by enemy forces. I am called Morning Sky, Robert Morning Sky. My grandfather was one of the 6 young Indian rescuers. When I was young, my grandfather told me the story about the star visitor. He and his friends called him Star Elder, a name given out of respect. But as time passed, his name was revealed to the youths. He was called Bhakti. This is his story and mine. In the late 60s, I was enrolled at a university in a religious studies program. Towards the end of my studies, I submitted a paper that briefly summarized the history of man and Earth as told by Bhakti. I titled the paper Terra, a hidden history of planet Earth. I was sure I had presented a well-researched and well-documented work. It was immediately labeled a work of outrageous, if not blasphemous, distortion of historical records and not of the caliber of a serious student of religion. The Terra Papers, the story of Bhakti, nearly got me thrown out of school. In frustration, I approached a UFO organization and some UFO researchers, reasonably confident that they would be most interested in my story. To my surprise, I was rejected offhand. I was advised by one researcher that UFOs were quite clearly a phenomena of a technology and not the works of the mythical beings of primitive peoples. Curiously, he is now a well-respected UFO author and has recently released a book on the ET/Native American connection. For 30 years, I have avoided telling the story. The initial response to my efforts was discouraging, but I have recently been persuaded to try again. The history of man and Earth presented by Bhakti is both exciting and frightening. The creation of man and his place in the galaxy is made clear, but in the process, his nobility and his pride will be injured. The abduction phenomena and the attending gray beings are revealed to have been integral parts of man's history, but are explained against the framework of the purposes of the star beings for mankind. The sources of man's religions and the origins of legendary figures like Zeus, the Minotaur, Osiris and Isis, and a number of other mythological, quote-unquote, beings are explained and also placed into the framework of the history of planet Earth. And so, too, upcoming events can be predicted, not from any psychic abilities or channeling, but from patterns of an ongoing effort to direct planet Earth. Man will soon be surrounded with images of asteroids and falling fiery comets. Black pigs will be seen everywhere, as will angel figures. Dinosaurs will become children's heroes, and violence will be the foundation of their play. New airborne diseases immune to existing treatments will surface. NASA will be rendered weak and impotent, if not terminated. A galactic war of conquest rages over our heads. Earth and man is the prize. This is my story. This is my grandfather's story. And this is the story of Bhakti. Genesis. The explosion rocked the nothingness of the void. Primordial quote-unquote essence was thrown violently outward. Like a primeval ocean, wave after wave crashed out into the black pit of the void. Nothingness beheld chaos. Chaos poured out into nothingness. As the primeval waters streamed outwards, rivers of dark essence swirled together, forming huge whirlpools. As the whirlpools spun inwards, the essence condensed into clouds of gas. Superheated from the compression forces in the core of the swirl, sparks ignited the volatile clouds. Explosion after explosion formed enormous balls of fire, supernovas of brilliant red and dwarf stars of blazing blue. Like islands in the waters of essence, the stars formed from the swirls in the spinning galaxies. Time after time, the process was repeated in the void. Time after time, a galaxy was born. In time, one of these galaxies would come to be known as Eridanus. This is a history of one small part of Eridanus and a tiny world known to us as Earth. Eridanus. In the swirling primordial waters of Eridanus, many of the stars give birth to worlds of their own. From the gases and dust thrown out from the suns, the planets condensed and cooled. Elemental gases combined to form moisture, the rain fell to form oceans. Thunderstorms raged, the oceans tossed and turned, crashing on the shores of the surface lands. In the midst of the lightning and fury, a single spark flashed, creating in 1 microsecond a single cell of life. Single-celled life forms combined to create multi-celled creatures. Multi-celled creatures became complex beings with billions of cells. Fishes, insects, birds, reptiles, plants, and mammals. As many different creatures as there are stars in the galaxy came into existence. And in time, humanoids evolved. Fish humanoids, bird humanoids, reptile humanoids, mammal humanoids, and humanoids of every kind became the consistent outcome of evolution. As primordial Eridanus man developed, his caves gave way to huts, gatherings of huts became settlements, settlements became cities. The trapping and hunting of animals gave way to fur trading. Fur trading gave way to markets. Gathering gave birth to gardening. Gardening yielded to farming. The needs of Eridanus man became desires. Desires became greed. Compassionate men became leaders. Leaders became conquerors. And a primitive world became civilized. Differences of opinion became arguments. Arguments became wars. Curiosity and necessity gave birth to technology. Early Eridanus man had conquered his world. And then Eridanus man looked up into the skies, and he saw his moon. He created ships to carry him skyward, and his conquest of the moon began. As he stood on the moon, as he surveyed the lunar cities, he looked up and saw the stars above him. Seeking more, he moved skyward again. This time, neighboring worlds were discovered. Eridanus man conquered the environment of the new world, and the cycle began again. And so it was that Eridanus man met his relatives in the galaxy. Eridanus bird man met Eridanus mammal man. Eridanus reptile man met Eridanus insect man, and then Eridanus reptile man greeted them all. The many evolved beings of the worlds of Eridanus gathered and talked. They traded, they danced, they shared, and they joined together. In time, they learned from each other and they lived together. And they went to war. Primitive Eridanus man had become a civilized Eridanus man. Primitive war gave way to the science of war. Death, in all its horror, became a tool of progress. Galactic kingdoms in Eridanus rose and fell. Civilizations prospered and died. A continuous series of wars engulfed the entire galaxy. No single empire endured for long. None save one. The SSS Empire. In the galaxy of Eridanus, the way of things became war, violence, and turbulence. Surfacing above other races as the supreme masters of war, the SSS beings, so called because of the hissing sound they made as they spoke, weathered war and chaos to seize and retain a sizable portion of the 9th sector of the galaxy. Though originally ruled over by kings of repute, it was under the SSS queens that the empire was to reach its pinnacle, known as the SSST. The queens and their techniques of rule became the very embodiment of royal power. The very name for a throne, AST, would be chilling tribute to the deadliness of the reptilian queens. In a galaxy of chaos and war, the SSS beings had no peer or competition. Ruthless in command and efficient in their cruelty, the SSST queens were brilliant politicians and war strategists, using events to advantage and manipulating wars to their advantage and gain. Providing the royals with the power to conquer and reign over their foes was a powerful military force, unmatched and unequaled by any other. Comprised of tall, imposing figures, the SSS warriors were called blooded warriors, with frightening dragon-like faces. Though evolution had long since removed their scale-like skins, the plates on the body armor gave an impression of fierce dinosaur beings. Only a long ridge of bone rising from the forehead and trailing back and over the head remained to hint at their reptilian ancestry. Known as the MK or MG, the appearance of the SSS warriors alone was enough to strike fear into an opponent's heart. Countless wars over billions of years had taught the SSS queens a vital lesson. An enemy or rebellious subject serves no purpose if executed. But if the brain was reprogrammed, resistance was eliminated and an able body was added to the labor force. Mind control was the SST science of choice, referred to by other races as the ARI or Ari masters. In time, they would become known as the Ari of An, heaven, or the Arian. Today, it's known as Orion. But though it had become the epitome of war and might, a symbol of brutal rulership and unrelenting aggression, the fates would play a curious trick on Ariane. In their quest for galactic power, the SST warriors had looted the palace treasuries of their victimized worlds. The cultural riches of conquered worlds were placed on display in the museums of Ariane, making the empire the center of Ninth Sector culture and wisdom. Ariane became the showcase world for poetry and music, art and dance. It was a step, however, unknowing for the evolution of temperance in the SST psyche. The ASA RRR Empire. Though the reign of the SST queens on the Ninth Sector was seldom challenged, of great concern to the Ariane queens were the movements and expansions of yet another race called RRR. Evolved from the vicious mammalian predators, the RRR were still in the early stages of development, their thirst for expansionism unburdened by the softening that continual wars and time brought on. For the RRR race, war was the entirety of their existence. All else was meaningless. Life itself meant obedience and total commitment to the RRR kings. Anything less meant death. So quickly did they create their empire, so ruthless were their techniques, that the RRR would become known as the ASA, or overlords. In the Ninth Sector, the worlds of the RRR would be known as ASA RRR. Led by the fearsome Aiku warriors, a barbaric army with a fleet of deadly starships of overwhelming firepower, the kings of ASA RRR wreaked havoc on the world surrounding the Ninth Passageway. The elite Aiku forces descended on their unsuspecting targets with unmerciful and unrelenting attack, clearing the skyways of any potential resistance and totally decimating land-based strongholds. Within moments, warrior ground forces, the BH, moved in to annihilate any and all remaining military forces. Renowned for their practice of devouring the flesh of their enemies, the Aiku and BH became known as the DK or TK, the teeth of the RRR. Aggressive and ravenous, unrelenting in their expansion, the RRR conqueror kings began the slow, methodical takeover of the Peshmetan, the Ninth Passageway, a crucial star lane. Seizing the passageway would give the ASA RRR kings control of travel into and out of the Ariane Empire, and that possibility was one that the SST queens could not permit. But the ASA RRR kings were a formidable power. The ways of war had been the driving force of their evolution. Every king had demanded much of their military forces. The starship pilots, the Aiku, possessed light beams which could melt targets, cut them to pieces, or disintegrate them. The elite ground forces, the BH, used weapons which could emit sounds that stunned the enemy, disintegrated solid objects, or could be used to transport an object from one place to another. All in all, the DAK forces had in a short time become an army of devastating power. The ASA RRR science of war was a technology of death called AT. And from this new science, the ultimate warship was spawned. The planet-sized globe with the armaments of all other starships and more. The warship was dubbed the RR or AR. A miniature world capable of a destruction never before seen in the Ninth Sector, the AR of DAK forces made the empire a force to be reckoned with. The rays of the sun glistening off the surface of the death ship made the AR shine like a bright star in the skies. Though a brilliant star was often a portent of wondrous things, this star brought death and destruction. ASA-RRR kings continued to expand their holdings, the SSST queens made a careful gesture of peace towards the conquering kings in the hopes of resolving the dilemma before war became necessary. The billions of years of conflict had taught the SSST an invaluable lesson. War brings death to a winner as well as a loser. There were other ways to win the conflict. Victory was in some cases gained by taking the enemy into one's own folds. The DAK could be won over in a more clever and devious way. The queens of Ariane called for a meeting of royals. If the kings of ASA-RRR pledged their loyalty to the SSST high throne and submitted themselves to the service of the throne, then they would be granted control of the outer stars of the 9th sector. Realizing the magnitude of power in the offer extended, the ASA-RRR kings quickly agreed to the alliance. The DAK forces and mighty AR Death Planet were placed in the service of the SSST queens. The outer 9th sector was made part of the ASA-RRR empire. Catapulted to a place as superpower by the alliance, the stars of ASA-RRR became known as the Empire of SST-RRR-SST. Empire born of the SST, dying for the SST, or SSRRSS, Sirius. With the Ariane alliance to back them, the ASA-RRR kings began yet a greater effort to conquer and seize new systems, new worlds to add to their empire. Solidifying their power, levying heavy tolls and embargoes on travelers on the lanes of the 9th passageway, the SSRRSS empire had soon become the Ariane. The Ariane queens watched with a wary eye. The moment of betrayal must be carefully planned. And so for a time, a tenuous peace came to exist between the two thrones. All was well until the era of the monarch known as the Great Anan, the elder king of ASA-RRR. In the era of the great elder king Anan, life on ASA-RRR was good. The luxuries and benefits that befitted a conqueror race was theirs to enjoy and revel in. The alliance with the SSST empire had made the kings of ASA-RRR more powerful than ever before and had permitted the people of ASA-RRR an opportunity to enjoy a richer style of life. But the power of the throne also made the life of the king more precarious. Treachery, lies, and deceit surrounded the king. Assassination plots, military coups, and alien invasions were the everyday matters of the king. The prince was expected to plot for his father's demise. Distant brothers and illegitimate children pretended to the throne kingship. King Anan watched the skies for enemy attacks and peered carefully over his shoulder at relatives and members of the royal court. Such was the life of a king of ASA-RRR, and such was the life of the elder king Anan. Seated in the royal court of the great Anan, serving as royal cupbearer, was his brother, the great Al-Shar. Assisting in the governing of the empire, the great Al-Shar served faithfully under his brother, the great elder king. Peace reigned, the empire prospered, until an outbreak of war in the central stars. A series of major conflicts known as the Galactic Great Wars drew both the Ariane Empire and the Empire of ASA-RRR into its folds. The great elder king was summoned to the palace of the SSST to render services as commander of the combined MK and DK warriors. Great Al-Shar, acting on behalf of King Anan, remained behind in the ASA-RRR palace. Seeing an opportunity to betray his brother, Prince Al-Shar decided to seize control of the central ASA-RRR forces. The successful coup compelled the prince to further action. he immediately dispatched an elite troop of assassins to hunt down and take the life of the elder king. Historical documents would tell of the death in the Battle of the Great Anan, the hero king who gave his life while in command of his armies. But those who were in the court of Asa Ararar knew why the king had died and who was responsible. Prince Al-Shar, royal cupbearer, was now King Al-Al. Lord Prince Anshar, son of the hero King Anan and heir apparent, was captured and placed into exile by the new king of Asa Ararar, his claim to the throne stripped away forever. To ensure his personal safety, the great King Al-Al made the grandson of the great Anan his own personal cupbearer. Deposed Prince Anu was both hostage and servant to his king and uncle. Revenge would have to wait. For now he would serve faithfully, but he would learn. Someday the throne of Asa Ararar would be his. This he vowed. In this time, yet another significant event would occur, one which would change forever the fate of the ninth sector. A new star was beginning to mature, its young worlds cooling down to form inhabitable planets. King Al-Al, recognizing a potential for untapped precious ores and the possibility of a strategic military outpost, immediately sent a trusted and faithful administrator to lay claim to the new solar system. Lord Al-Alim, master of Genesis sciences, had an imposing task before him to colonize and develop a primitive planetary system. The young sun had originally formed with only 2 worlds in orbit around it and one tiny inner planet known now as Mercury, and one larger planet, its name to eventually be Tiamat. In time, 6 more worlds would form, 1 pair of inner worlds, Venus and Mars, 2 central giants, Jupiter and Saturn, and a pair of twin planets, Neptune and Uranus. But it was Tiamat, the tropical world, that would be the first planet developed by Lord Al-Alim in his assignment. Already inhabited by settlers of numerous galactic star systems, Tiamat was both a paradise and a frontier world of danger. The presence of an Asa Ararar military contingency force and a direct link to King Al-Al and the Empire of Arian was welcomed by the colonists and their families. Protection and necessary supplies would now be available. Tiamat would become a full-fledged world. Lord Al-Alim began to immediately exploit the new solar system. The sun was called Bad, where death is. In the immediate proximity of the young sun was the tiniest world, christened Mumu, firstborn traveler. The next world would become a military outpost. Though possessed of super hot surface temperatures, its inner caverns gave comfortable shelter for the Aiko and BEH forces. This world would become known as Dak Amu, place of the Dak inside. The Red Sands planet next in line was a world with air and water, trees, and an environment suitable for settlers to inhabit. A good site for colonists, it also provided a much-needed surface land for a central military fortress. This was the world of Dakmu, place of the Dak. Beyond the Red Sands world was Tiamat, the center of the colonization efforts of the Lord Al-Alim. The largest of the system's worlds was a gigantic planet possessing gravitational forces that made it unsuitable for habitation, but excellent for the production of supermetals. Under supergravity conditions, metals could be forged into combinations impossible on other worlds. Bar-Bar-U, it was called, World of Metals. The second Titan world was the most dangerous. Internal forces were highly unstable. possessing a constant cloud of dust and rock circling around its furiously spinning center, and with gravitational forces that pulled many ships into an uncorrectable spin, the giant would be known as Targalu, the Great Destroyer. Of all the planets, the ringed one would prove the most dangerous. A distance past Targalu was a large cold swamp planet, poisonous gases in its skies. Shanama would be difficult to colonize, but would be ideal for Genesis experiments. The outermost world was called Iru, a near twin to Shanama in size. Iru was a watery world with a misty covering. Though the task was difficult, Lord Al-Alim would prove successful. The extremely high gravity forces on Barbaru simplified the manufacture of heavy metals, unstable in an environment with low gravity. Military outposts on Dak Amu and Dakmu proved secure and strong. Experimental farms on both Shanama and Iru showed promise. The settlements on the moons of Barbaru and Targalu were also thriving. But Tiamat was the crowning glory to the efforts of Lord Al-Alim. With the support of his king Al-Baghom, the administrator was able to develop Tiamat into a paradise far beyond expectation. Facilities to extract newly discovered ores were constructed. Atmospheric conditioning centers soon began the tedious task of transforming the skies into a more suitable environment. As a source of precious ores and a strategic control point of traffic on the 9th passageway star lanes, the new system further strengthened the stranglehold King Al-Al held on the outer 9th sector. As his final project, Lord Al-Alim constructed a nearly perfect duplicate of the palace of the ASA-RRR kings. Known as Ki, its name literally meant in the likeness of. The new solar system of Bad had been conquered. In recognition of the efforts of Al-Alim, the system was called Aridu, the mastered place, and its lord was Al-Alim, the Engi, lord of the world in the likeness of ASA-RRR. Under the premise of executing control of the star lanes of the 9th sector on behalf of the SSST queens, Al-Al was able to control the travelers who entered the galaxy through the passageway. By refusing travel on the star lanes, King Al-Al could prevent potential alliances with Ariane from being formed. Negotiations with other galaxies were subject to the whims of King Al-Al, an intolerable situation for the SSST queens. The ASA-RRR empire could delay or undo all crucial SSST political and economic alliances. King Al-Al had turned Aridu into an island outpost of phenomenal power. And though the great Al-Al had further strengthened the ASA-RRR throne, he had also weakened his position within the SSST royal court of Ariane. What the great Al-Al could not foresee, what he could not suspect, was that his own future, his very survival, was hidden in the distant worlds of Al-Alim had developed for him. Lurking back in the royal palace was Anu, the one-time prince and highly disgruntled grandson of the great An-An, waiting patiently for a time in which to move against his uncle. Choosing a day of high celebration of Dak victories in battle, when Al-Al would not be in the palace, the prince acted. The loyal followers of the great An-An, still angry at Al-Al's betrayal, joined with Anu. Overwhelming force and lightning speed assured the prince of an immediate success. King Al-Al, hearing of the war in the palace, chose not to fight the prince. Fleeing for his life, the great Al-Al descended to his faraway palace in the Aridu system. Here, a loyal following received the deposed king with the enthusiasm of thankful subjects. Refuge was found in the island outpost Al-Al had developed. Here he would be a king, still adored and still welcomed. Back on ASARRR, the ex-prince Anu celebrated his long-awaited revenge. The throne was his. He was King Anu. But victory was not totally complete. The loyal warrior forces of the great Al-Al held fast to the new solar system. The efforts of Al-Alim and the resources dedicated by Al-Al to developing and exploiting the new outpost was to return a handsome reward to the great Al-Al in the end. Consistency in the production of heavy metals on Baru and continual discovery and exploitation of precious ores, particularly an abundance of gold, made the new solar system indispensable. The strength of Al-Al's hold on the solar system, a very strongly worded communique sent by the SST queens asking that a civil war be avoided, and the vital resources brought in by the new system all combined to give King Al-Al a very powerful position from which to negotiate a tentative truce and a reprieve. With the SSST queens looking over his shoulder, ASARRR King Anu reluctantly accepted the agreement for the while. For a time, King Al-Al continued to provide a steady and abundant stream of precious ores and metals to ASARRR. The angry Anu accepted the shipments on behalf of the empire of ASARRR and the Aryan Empire, but continued to look for any sign of weakness, any trouble that might give cause to bring his dark armada down on Al-Al. Anu placed his own elite Aiku star pilots, the Ikiki, into orbits throughout the solar system. Any transgression, any mistake made by Al-Al would bring down the wrath of His Highness, King Anu. To further secure the solar system, King Anu placed his own son, Prince An-En, in charge of the elite Aiku starships and a special group called the Aikiki, the Watchers. His title would be Enlil, Lord of Command. To ensure shipments of crucial resources remained intact and on time, King Anu appointed his eldest son, Lord Prince Ea, also a master of Genesis sciences, to the position of NG, the very same position once held by Al-Alim. Lord Prince Enlil would be based on Tiamat, as would be his brother Prince Enki. Enlil would travel the skyways. Enki would develop the system worlds and conduct continuing Genesis experiments on the watery world of Shanama. Mining, production of metallurgical operations would also fall into the realm of Prince Ea's control. In this way, the king was assured his hand would extend over Al-Al's solar system. And so it was for many periods. Former King Al-Al would keep his word, producing the resources and maintaining order in the 9th passageway, while King Anu reluctantly allowed a once hated foe to remain in power in the 9th passageway. But Anu would never forget the injury he had suffered under the hands of his uncle Al-Al. When speaking of King Al-Al's duplicate palace, the great Anu always referred to it in an angry and disparaging manner. An impure palace, he called it. His own palace on ASARR was the pure one. The Aridu palace was the dark one. Tiamat itself was the world of darkness, regardless of its achievements. King Anu would never forget the torments his father had endured. The hatred of a lifetime welled up within his very being. King Al-Al would live, but he would pay for his sins against the family of Anu. But history was about to repeat itself, for in the very heart of Aridu, the grandson of King Al-Al, Al-Algar, heir apparent to the throne of the solar system, had become a far more powerful figure to the followers of King Al-Al than the king of Asarr was comfortable with. Born to one of the Aikiki pilots, the orbiting watchers of Anu, Al-Algar learned early the ways of the star pilots and their worships. His piloting skills developed quickly, and in short time he was granted the status of Aiku Master. He, like his father, was Aiku. But Al-Algar had a plan. After Aiku training, the prince went to the high palace of his grandfather, Ambahu, the gathering place. He would make a strange request. Rather than rest on his laurels, the prince asked to receive further training, only this time in the military discipline of the elite BEH warriors. The disciplined ground forces that were equivalent to the DAC warriors of the skyways, the BAH, were really feared in the 9th sector. Exhibiting exemplary skills, the prince once again completed his training in short time. Rising with quickness through the ranks, Lord Prince Al-Algar would earn the title Iku Marbe. He is a great one of the Aikiki and the BEH. But Al-Algar, an honored master of both warrior disciplines, was to garner one more title. He would receive the title of Zu, one who is supreme master, a status given only to the most elite of warriors, a very select handful of fighters. The great Anu was worried. A master of war dwelt far away in the kingdom of Al-Al, and he was a prince. The way in which Aikumarbe had pursued his military disciplines in such a brief time revealed much to King Anu. He remembered what Al-Al had done to him when he was a prince. And now, the grandson of Al-Al, a prince, had suffered the very same fate at the hands of King Anu. Anu was sure he knew the young prince's heart. He knew how angry Akumarbe must be. King Anu would have to take immediate steps to prevent Aikumarbe from rising to power and possibly inciting the Aridu colonies to rebel. And so a worried King Anu moved, as his uncle had moved against him long ago. Aikumarbe was made royal cupbearer. Summoned to the palace of Asarr, Aikumarbe was placed in the seat of the cupbearer, a position under King Anu where he could be constantly watched. In an effort to appease Aikumarbe, Anu bestowed great honors on the young prince, but to no avail. Still, the king could sense the hatred of the prince. King Anu knew nothing would succeed, nothing would change the mind of Aikumarbe. For this reason, he would always be on guard. King Anu had no choice but to be diligent in watching the prince. But there were more troubles for the king in the faraway solar system. Lord Prince Enlil, Anu's son, the appointed overlord of the new system, had protested his placement in a region so far from the Asarr palace. Perhaps he too would give thought to an attempt to overthrow his own father. The BH warriors were loyal, but they were also a powerful force and could not be ignored. A threat could arise from a group of rebels within the Aikiki. They were loyal to Anu, but all had families in new solar system, and Prince Aikumarbe had once been one of them. They too could become a threat to his rule. The worries in the kingdom of Al-Al were many. Anu had hoped that the presence of his sons would help, but the feuding between them had become worse while they had been in Eridu. Though overlords of their very own domains, neither prince was happy. Each had wanted complete control, total dominion over the entire Al-Al kingdom of Eridu. Both princes made threatening, almost dangerous noises. King Anu could take no chances in Eridu. Forced to descend to the distant, faraway solar system, the king was determined to put things in order. To protect himself from a coup by a vengeful Prince Aikumarbe, King Anu took the prince along with him on his journey. Feeling secure, King Anu made his way to the worlds of discord. But as they arrived, Prince Aikumarbe asked a favor of the king. Many of Aikumarbe's family and friends within the Aikiki had planned a welcoming for him. The prince asked to be allowed to visit them. Distracted by the pending events, the great king doubled the dak guards around the young prince and ordered the Aikiki ships be carefully watched. Perhaps this would placate the Lord Aikumarbe for a time. Assured that the situation was well in hand, King Anu agreed to the request. Continuing on to the palace in Tiamat, the king hoped to be greeted with a solution to the battle between his sons. But the dispute over dominion of Tiamat, throne world of the solar system, could not be settled. Prince Enlil made it clear to his father if he was to stay in the distant and primitive solar system, he wanted to reside in the palace as the king of Eridu. Prince Ea argued that since he was older, he was more deserving, and he was a Genesis scientist, a way of discipline that was perfect for kingship over Eridu. Seeing no resolution to the dilemma, King Anu agreed to the choosing of lots to decide the fate of Eridu. By chance, Prince Enlil became lord of Eridu, the world, and Eridu, the system. Prince Ea would remain the NG and would continue to organize the development and recovery operations throughout Eridu. While the decision made little difference in the resolution of difficulties, but it gave the king respite for a short time, a very short time. King Anu boarded the small ship which would take him up to his waiting flagship, the Royal R. As Anu approached the converted planet-sized death ship, he could not have been more proud. The gleaming ship was truly a royal craft. But an unexpected surprise awaited the king. Overwhelming the guards assigned to watch him, the young Aikumarbe and his loyal Aikiki warriors had captured the AR flagship. Aikumarbe would have his revenge. As Anu moved closer, the trap was made ready. But a cry went out, a warning from a loyal Anu warrior. At the last moment, Anu turned to flee. Aikumarbe struck quickly, damaging the ship of the king. The forces of Anu, outnumbered and overwhelmed, struck back. The battle was fierce in intensity, short in duration. The dark elite royal guard had little chance of victory. All they could only hope to do was create sufficient time to allow the king to escape. As Anu fled into the stars on an escort ship, a final explosion and fireball marked the last stand of his royal dark defenders. Lord Prince Aikumarbe moved quickly. With loyal Aikiki warriors in the skyways and Be warriors on the planets, the takeover of the solar system was quick and decisive. Prince Aikumarbe found little resistance. The inhabitants of the Al Kingdom supported his rebellion. They opposed the rule of the ASARRR Empire. Small pockets of Anu loyalists were captured and neutralized. Prince Aikumarbe had won, and in his victory he had captured the mighty AR, flagship of the war armada of ASARRR. The cries of celebration were tumultuous. Long live the prince! Long live mighty Zu! The prince was victorious. As king of the rebel kingdom, he would become known as King Zuzu or Zeus, Zeus. The capture of the AR of Anu would earn Zuzu yet another name, Arzu, Supreme Lord of the AR. In honor of his victory, the palace of his grandfather, previously called Al-Ambahu, was renamed Al-Ambahu Zu or Al-Ambazu, Olympus, place of gathering of Al and Zu. The glory of the throne of Aridu was his. This is a footnote. The Battle of Anu and Kumarbi, an ancient legend found on Babylonian clay tablets, describes a royal battle in the skies in which Prince Kumarbi fights with and defeats King Anu, who flees into heaven. Before the battle is over, Kumarbi bites Anu in the genitals, hurting him. The story really says Kumarbi used his teeth, Dak, on Anu's ball of power, the AR. End of footnote. King Zuzu, Zeus, knew he would not be able to savor his triumph for long. A new war was about to begin, a war which pitted his young solar system and its inhabitants against an older star system that was the home of their ancestors. Back in ASARRR, King Anu stormed through his palace. The specific event he had planned to avoid, a revolt led by Prince Aikumarbe, had not only happened, but had forced Anu himself to flee in humiliation. Anu lashed out in an almost uncontrollable rage. He ordered his second AR death ship be made immediately ready for war. The rebellious Lord Prince Aikumarbe would pay dearly. Battle forces of elite BAH warriors were loaded aboard the AR. The finest Aiku star pilots were summoned, and the AR was armed. Escorted by RRR starfighters and warships, the AR armada passed over the sky above the king's palace. The sight lifted the spirit of the king. Victory was sure to be his. Prince Aikumarbe would be punished for his blasphemous behavior. But King Zuzu was ready. The captured AR was also made ready. Lord King Arzu, Zuzu, and his loyal Aiku planned an unexpected welcome for the coming invasion force. Choosing not to await the arrival of the armada, Arzu and his forces planned to ambush the death ship of Anu while it was yet out of the Aridu solar system. As the star fleet from ASARRR approached, Arzu waited. When he felt the moment was right, the Aiku and BAH forces of the rebel empire descended on the armada suddenly and with a fury befitting a galactic lightning storm. The escort ships that were caught by surprise exploded in huge balls of fire. The battle was engaged. Flashes of brilliant white and green light crisscrossed through the blackness. Arzu watched the progress of the battle carefully. The moment for unleashing his captured AR had to be precise. As his attack ships struck with deadly accuracy, a sudden break appeared in the formations of Anu's invasion forces. Arzu immediately summoned the captured AR death ship. For a brief moment, there was silence as the two large warships faced each other. As two mighty bulls with lowered heads, the pause only preceded the headlong charge. Chaos, thunder, and lightning filled the starways. The weapon's fire was overwhelming. Lord King Arzu had to turn away from the blinding light and the deafening noise. When the light flashes stopped, Arzu lifted up his visor and strained to see through the smoke. Fragments flew by his ship. As the haze cleared, Arzu realized what those final explosions had been. They had come from his captured AR death ship. The enormous explosion hurled pieces of metal in every direction. Shards of AR outer skin bounced off Arzu's own ship. The mighty flagship of Anu had defeated Arzu's death ship and continued to move steadily forward. Arzu watched in horror as the dying body of the warship hurtled flaming downward into the oncoming path of the world of Kakab Shanama, Uranus, the planet where experiments on the plant and animal life were being conducted by Prince Ea. As the small moon-sized ship of metal entered the atmosphere, a shower of sparks filled the skies. Bolts of blue lightning flashed from the ship to the surface of the planet. The sky over Kakab Shanama was in chaos even before the miles-wide globe of burning metal collided with the world. Striking at an angle, the stricken AR careened off the planet, skidding and bouncing, then catapulting into the black void. Kakab Shanama was tipped over on its axis. Shudders pulsed along the inner caverns of the planet. Its quaking core was shaken and toppled. Once an upright world, it now lay on its side. Lord Arzu watched helplessly as his valiant pilots fell into the dark void in the dying AR. They had struck a death blow to a good part of the invasion forces, but had given the ultimate sacrifice in doing so. Turning away from sight, Arzu maneuvered his ship in an arc towards the still-moving AR death ship of Anu. Imposing in its size, the AR was truly magnificent in its horror. As Arzu continued to watch, he noticed that the AR moved in an odd fashion. Its path was erratic. The realization suddenly struck Arzu. The destruction beams of his Aikiki pilots had damaged the death ship. The outcome of the battle was still undecided. Arzu could still win a victory. With a renewed sense of hope, he ordered his warships to descend on the AR death ship again, with Arzu himself in the lead. Using starfighters to occupy the escort forces, Arzu in his own starship went after the crippled AR. Wave after wave of starships attacked the damaged ship again and again as it continued to move into Arzu's solar system. With its own arsenal of powerful death rays, the warship fought its way past distant Iru, Neptune, and the now fallen and tilting world of Kakab Shanama. But the constant fire barrage of Arzu's starships began to take its toll. As the mighty AR moved into the proximity of Targalu, Saturn, the tremendous gravity of the ring planet further pulled the shuddering death ship away from its direct path towards Tiamat. Almost out of control, the ship strained to stay its course. Lord Arzu assembled his forces for one last attack. In one final decisive strike, Lord Arzu and his starships gave their all against the AR. As each starfighter descended and unloaded his arsenal, the AR shook and shuddered. The groan and creaks of the internal explosion sounded like ghoulish demonic screams. Suddenly, the AR exploded in flame. Every part of the death planet shook violently. Smoke and flames erupted from every crevice of the ship. Streaming clouds of blackness trailed behind the staggering ship. The AR of Anu was dying. Arzu sat back in his ship. He had successfully defeated the pride of the ASA RRR fleet. But suddenly, he sat forward. The valiant Aiku pilots of Anu took aim at the planet of Tiamat with the only weapon they had left, the AR death ship itself. Maneuvering the flaming and disintegrating warship, they hurled themselves directly at Tiamat. The great palace of Al-Ambahuzu was thrown into a panic. The alarm was sent out. Death was about to crash down from the sky. Starships, cargo ships, ships of every sort were commandeered for the purposes of evacuation. But it was too late. Nothing could be done. The inhabitants of Tiamat had no chance. They could not be rescued. It was too late. Lord Arzu could hear the screams of his people over the beams of communication. Turning his head away, Arzu turned off the audio linkage. Arzu's pilots veered his ship away. Lord Arzu had to be saved. The collision was moments away. As the dying AR death ship struck the planet, the ship of Lord Arzu was enveloped in blinding light. In moments, the shock wave struck the ship, bouncing it around as if it were a leaf caught up in a tidal wave. Tumbling and twisting, the ship of Lord Arzu was thrown in the direction of Targalu, narrowly missing the stone rings. When his pilots regained control of the spinning ship, an uneasy Lord Arzu looked back towards his beloved Tiamat. It was no more. The collision had ripped the paradise world apart. Huge chunks of the planet were flying in every direction. Magma, metal, fire and lightning mixed together to create a rain of burning death. Where once the proud planet had stood, only rock debris, smoke and dust remained. Pieces of Tiamat were still flying by him as Arzu moved in to view the destroyed planet. Through a cloud of dust, smoke and gas, Lord Arzu, hoping for the best, maneuvered towards the place Tiamat had once stood. As he pulled out of the dark mists, he saw it. Tiamat, or what was left of it. The huge planet, with a gaping hole in its side, a smoke trail behind it, hurtled away from him towards the sun. The prince turned away again. Tiamat was plummeting to its death into the sun below. His people were dead. Arzu was silent. As he looked out, his gaze was met by a solar system that had been ravaged and decimated. The war left its mark on the moons and planets of Aridu. The lives, the cities, and the solar system itself was seriously damaged and possibly irreparably so. Lord Arzu looked at the trail of rubble between Dakmo, the red planet, and the giant world of Barbaru. Tiamat was no more. Only the gravestones remained. Lord Arzu and the Aikiki who remained returned to Dakmo, the central fortress. Dakmo, a wondrous world itself, would become the new royal planet. On Dakmo, Lord and King Arzu would begin again, rebuilding the glory of Tiamat and constructing a new golden era, independent of ASA RRR. As Lord Arzu, now King Zuzu, rested in his palace on a mountaintop of Dakmo, an astonishing message was received. The largest fragment of Tiamat had slowed in its fall toward the sun. It would not disappear into the fiery abyss at all. It would come to rest in its own orbit just within the orbit of Dakmo. Lord King Zuzu wasted no time. Summoning his own teams of Genesis scientists, he ordered them to rebuild the burned skeletal remains of Tiamat. Somehow, in some way, King Zuzu would bring the glory of the paradise world to life again. The success of the Genesis scientists lifted the king's spirits. He immediately ordered the construction of a large monument, a palace, to commemorate the loyal fallen warriors of Eridu. It would also be a moment to his father and his grandfather. In the hall of Al-Al'u, Valhalla, on the world reconstructed, they would be honored, never to be forgotten. For a time, the destruction of the AR and its war escort, along with the quick seizure of the Ninth Passageway and its outposts, held the great Anu at bay. The strength of Zuzu and his brilliant war tactics had surprised the ASARRR king and his military forces. It would take time to re-evaluate, to plan for another attack. Footnote: the Theogony, a Greek tale of old, relates the tale of Zeus, Zuzu, and the Olympus gods, Al-Ambahuzu, who battle against the olden gods of Mount Osiris or Sirius. The Theogony reveals that when Zeus went to war with the olden gods, Typhon, a great and hideous monster, was sent by the olden gods to destroy Zeus. When Zeus vanquished Typhon, Typhon was hurled down a crippled wreck. The huge earth groaned. A great part of huge earth was scorched by the terrible vapor, melting as tin melts. In the glow of a blazing fire did the earth melt down. Typhon was a name of the AR of Anu. End of footnote. But King Zuzu knew this could not last forever. King Anu had suffered much. He would not remain quiet, not for long. Anu had suffered personal attack and injury. He had lost his flagship in a coup takeover, and he had lost a second death planet in battle. Zuzu had caused much damage and loss to Anu, and he had taken away a key element of the empire's hold on the Ninth Passageway. Anu would be understandably angry. His empire had been challenged. But Anu had much more at stake. The future of the Ninth Passageway was at risk, as was his hold on the throne. Loss of control of the Ninth Passageway system might give the war queens of Ariane reason to side with the rebel Zuzu. Mining of precious ores and the production of heavy metals was most critical. The queens would not tolerate this vital industry interfered with. Clearly, the king would have to act quickly before the Aryan queens decided to allow Zuzu to remain in power as they had permitted his grandfather Al-Al. And that was not all that concerned Anu. Prince Enlil, also forced to flee the Eridu system, had returned to sit in royal court of ASARRR. The potential threat he posed could not be ignored either. The king faced danger everywhere. But before he could act, the king received word that the SSST queens wanted his presence in the Aryan palace. This worried Anu. He knew they would demand an accounting. His defeat at the hands of the rebel Lord Arzu needed to have a resolution and a recourse for alleviation. Anu presented himself before the queens. A plan for the counterattack had been drawn up by his DAC commanders. The argument for immediate action seemed obvious to him. The Aryan queens listened in silence as Anu spoke. In his words were his arguments for the continuance of assaults upon the rebellious star system. On completion of his talk, Anu felt confident he had made his point. As he sat down, he turned to see the chamber doors open. To his dismay, the rebel King Zuzu entered the court. Anu stood to protest, but was commanded to sit quietly. As the upstart rebel spoke to the queens, Anu could not remain seated. Leaping to his feet, he was again ordered to sit down. King Zuzu made his position clear. He was the rightful king of Eridu, and the people wanted him. The system had not been destroyed, production of metals and the supply of vital minerals could continue. The agreement with his grandfather would be fulfilled. Arzu would honor earlier promises, but without the presence of Anu. As he finished, King Zuzu sat down. The queens did not speak a word, but after a moment an elder queen stood up. Her words were stern. The civil war, regardless of cause, had caused the destruction of Tiamat, a world crucial to the Eridu, ASARRR, and Aryan empires. The lives of millions had been threatened. Countless warriors of both systems had died. The SSST queens demanded the cessation of hostilities. There would be no further destruction. The agreements with King Al-Al in the guise of King Zuzu would continue. The war was over. To the horror of King Anu, the rebel would be permitted to live. Once again, a royal member of the house of Al-Al-U had thwarted him. King Anu was furious. This he would not permit. There would come a day, he vowed, when the solar system would be a part of the ASARRR empire again. And so, the golden era of Zuzu would flourish, if only for a short time. The tales of the world under the hand of King Zuzu were many. Though a savior to his people, he was still a king, and subject to arbitrary whims. Still, things were well, but the fates would once again interfere with the future of the Eridu solar system. Shortly after the confrontation in the SSST palace, the Aryan queens would find themselves facing the looming specter of war with an ages-old enemy. Unfortunately for Zuzu, the threat came from a neighboring star system, not far from his Eridu solar system. Advised of the threatening situation, Anu recognized an opportunity to remove the rebel from power. Approaching the Aryan queens, King Anu made an argument for the removal of the young King Zuzu. The ninth passageway was vital to the Aryan Empire. Zuzu, in his ambition to expand his empire, might be swayed to accept support from the very same enemies who threatened to battle against the SSST queens. If Zuzu had rebelled against the ASARRR empire without aid, why would he not rebel against the SSST queen with the support of Aryan enemies? The Aryan queens paused and agreed. They would assist the ASARRR king in his return to the ninth passageway solar system to subdue King Zuzu. Lord King Anu was elated. In this venture, he would not fail. This time, the war armadas of both the SSST and the ASARRR empires would join forces. By marshalling together his starships and warriors alongside the forces of the SSST queens, Anu had assembled an armada such as had never been seen before. The skies of the Syrian worlds were filled with warships and starships. The ASARRR people, the Asaru, cheered as the king's mighty army made ready its departure. Victory was written in the heavens. Lord King Zuzu was told that a diplomatic entourage was on its way to his solar system kingdom. By the time he was to learn of the trickery, it would be too late. Cloaked and in silence, the armada of warships arrived at the outer edge of the Eridu system before they were detected. This mistake would prove to be fatal to the king and his young empire. The battle was quick and decisive. The invasion forces poured into the solar system. Aikiki and BEH forces of Arzu were overwhelmed by the sheer number of ASARRR and Aryan warships. In short time, the invasion forces surrounded the war planet, but the orders of attack issued by King Anu did not allow for prisoners. Dagmo was to suffer total annihilation. The starfighters were furious in their decimation of everything on the surface of Dagmo. The fireballs created by the missile strikes reduced everything, including stone buildings, to cinders and ash. Final strikes with the destructive beams of light and the searing heat beams vaporized everything that remained. What was not blown apart was burnt and melted beyond recognition. King Zuzu was captured and subdued, sentenced to return to the Syrian star system for punishment. All rebel warrior forces of King Zuzu were summarily executed, as were loyal, faithful followers. The entirety of the empire's population would be brutally and cruelly punished, guilty or not. The war planet's surface was obliterated. All traces of life under King Zuzu were destroyed. Cities were leveled, forests destroyed. The beauty of the planet and its civilization was no more. All forms of life were destroyed. With no animals or plants to feed its atmosphere, the once living and thriving planet died. Only its red sands remained. The blood-red dust became a fitting memorial to the bloodshed of the solar system war in which billions perished. Great Lord King Anu was relieved. The evil one, rebel King Zuzu, was vanquished. The hand of the ASA-RRR was once again restored to the ninth passageway, and the realm of the Ariane SSST queens was strengthened once again. And so it was peaceful for a time. The starship of Prince Ea moved slowly over the land. He examined the surface carefully. Enormous glacial ice sheets blanketed most of the upper and lower hemispheres. An equatorial strip was the only part left untouched. The prince and his crew had analyzed the data carefully. The landing site had already been selected. As the prince emerged and examined the area, the words of his father, King Anu, were clear. Rebuild the devastated system, he ordered Prince Ea. The destruction of the world of Zuzu had been complete. The planet of red sands was reduced to dust and rubble. All traces of life were destroyed. Without life and plants, the atmosphere died. Ice sheets formed from the poles almost to the equator. Dagmo was frozen in its death, and its sister world, Dak-Amu, had been transformed into a planet of arid, scorched lands and deadly poisonous oceans. Eridu, the once rebuilt home of the rebel Zuzu, was also devastated. Only Iru, Targalu, and Baru remained relatively intact. The prince could not imagine what it must have been like to be in the middle of it all, in the center of the battles. He, like his brother, had been forced to flee. He looked up into the heavens. The prince knew his brother was overhead, somewhere on an orbiting military cruiser. He was up above, looking down on him. Prince Enlil was lord of the airways. Rebuild, Prince Ea was commanded. The prince looked at the destroyed world. The task would be great. He would make sure to fulfill his father's orders. He would rebuild, and he would establish a mining operation extracting vital ores and precious minerals. He would rebuild the paradise world from the war-torn planet. And perhaps he would do a little more. Ea reveled in the thought. And so they began. Prince Ea and his volunteer crew, the Anunnaki. The chosen site for the initial compound had lots of water and fertile soil. Studies had revealed deposits of precious ores far below. It was the logical place to begin. Each of the members of the prince's crew had been chosen because of his or her special skills or abilities. Each one had been assigned the rank of lord. Each had been granted an amount of property in Eridu, and each was given a fair share of future monetary returns from the new colonies. The rewards were generous, the dangers considerable. The prince had taken his time in selecting his crew. The stakes were high, but he was proud. They were good. The first assignment was the construction of the base of operations. The compound would be built in stone, naturally durable and readily available. But as the Anunnaki began to set up the cutting lights and sound carriers, the generators ceased to operate. The natural energy grid lines of energy, common to all worlds, were fluctuating wildly on the planet. The Great Collision, the event which had created the world they stood on, had caused the inner core to become unstable, thus causing a constant wavering of the energy lines. To produce a stable supply of power, Prince Ea located a point where 6 energy lines naturally intersected. Here on the intersection, the prince erected a large energy house, a focusing center which would extract sufficient energy to run the construction equipment. Power crystals, specially grown for just such a purpose, were placed in the energy chambers. The energy house would also hold the reanimation center within its walls. Fatally injured technicians must be taken care of immediately. Prince Ea could not afford to lose even one of his carefully chosen crew. Footnote: as the dreaded DK were destroyers of life, so the Anunnaki were known as KD, the givers of life. End of footnote. And because the irregularly pulsating energy lines made starship instruments unreliable, the energy house was built with 4 highly reflective triangular sides that allowed an aerial orientation for pilots high above. Slowly, the power problems began to be resolved. But for much of the time, power anomalies made progress difficult in every aspect of the mining and construction projects. Field technicians were forced to perform unexpected physical labor to compensate for failed equipment. The Anunnaki were few, the laborers many. The Anunnaki complained. Prince Ea relayed the words to King Anu, but the king would not hear of their problems. Production would still have to increase. The Anunnaki felt overworked and ignored. They protested and threatened to seize their labors. Prince Ea promised an increase in future rewards. Grudgingly, but with additional recompense promised, the Anunnaki returned to their labors. Construction and mining recovery crews switched to lower consumption, cutting lights and sound wave movers. But lower consumption meant lower output. Production was slowed down, causing King Anu concern. To this end, Prince Ea began the use of beasts of burden to assist the Anunnaki. Progress in the operation slow, but there was progress. But in time, the operation was able to begin sending the gold shipments on schedule. Transport ships landed on Eridu and departed with their vital cargoes. Gold was immediately sent back to ASA, RRR. Other precious ores were sent right to the Baru and Targalu refineries. Even the tilting and erratic spinning Kakab Shanama began to show signs of life on its surface. Construction crews completed the stone structures of the compound, making the Eridu settlement look more like a city and not a mining camp. And in the center of the compound, a magnificent agricultural biological center was fast becoming the centerpiece of the stone city. The prince had done well. The great Anu was pleased. The Prince Ea's operation had allowed Anu to retain control of the Eridu solar system and keep his hold on the star lanes in the passageway. Ea had succeeded beyond the expectations of his father. His talents as a Genesis master had been put to the test and had exceeded the task. Tiamat was reborn. King Anu immediately sent a dispatch. All Eridu, the conquered place, was dead. Eridu, the enslaved place, was alive. No one would ever doubt the power, the might, and vengeance of the ASA-RRR king again. The name of the colony would serve as a reminder and a warning to anyone who sought to challenge or question the might of the great Anu. The hand of Anu would always be upon Eridu. Footnote: from Eridu come the words for earth, Erda German, Erda Old High German, Jord Icelandic, Airta Gothic, Jord Danish, Erta Middle English. End of footnote. Prince Ea was assigned the title NG, Lord of Eridu. The devastated world was a living place again. Ea carefully manipulated and engineered animal and plant life forms that could endure in the harsh environment and poisonous nitrogen air of the planet. Atmospheric conditioning units began to make the air breathable and warmer. Often laboring for many time periods, the prince gave little thought to rest. But the continuing efforts of Prince Ea were not without their rewards. One of his ambitions, the establishment of a center for life sciences, an agricultural biological center, was actually achieved. An above-ground laboratory, their life center, and now the words are scratched out so I can't read. I can read only from which would be transplanted around the globe. The center became Prince Ea's pride and joy, a garden for life. Once again, the world began to take on the look and feel of a paradise world. Once again, the planet was alive. But though Eridu was once again a harbinger of life, the planets of Dakmu, Mars, and Dakamu, Venus, were forbidden to have life once again on its surface. The great Anu decreed that both worlds would remain barren. They would serve as warning to any potential challenger. The wrath of Anu was great. The agricultural center was also making great strides in creating new and unique life forms capable of surviving the atmosphere of Eridu. But the experiments occupied Prince Ea much of the time, taking him away from administration duties so necessary to a lord. The great King Anu was upset. The king of ASA-RRR had put Prince Ea in charge of Eridu because of his genesis abilities. Prince Enlil, his second son, was to remain in charge of the airways and lanes of the Eridu solar system. But Prince Enlil was once again making sounds of great displeasure in being placed so far away from the royal palace of ASA-RRR. This further upset the king, and so he moved to resolve the problems. Prince Enlil was given administrative control of Eridu, the solar system, the planet, and the city. But control over the development and exploitation of the planets would remain with Prince Ea. Thus, dominion over Eridu would be shared. In this way, King Anu believed he could continue to keep an angry Enlil away from the court, fulfill his ambitions as a lord of power, and still utilize the abilities of Prince Ea. Prince Ea, still NG, was shattered and angry. All of his efforts and successes had been ignored, his place in the faraway empire stripped away. In anger, the Prince of Life left Eridu, moving to a distant region in order to build yet another agricultural biological center. Here too, he would develop a gold mining operation, but here he would focus on his passion, the engineering of life. Joined by his sister, Princess Ninhursag, also a genesis scientist, both began a renewed effort in the creation of life forms for the planet of Eridu. And in this effort, Princess Ninhursag would be the creator of a hybrid creature that would forever change the destiny of Eridu and its ASA-RRR masters. In the meantime, Prince Enlil would use his own skills to streamline the operation, increasing production, calling for additional cargo flights, and demanding increased labors from the Anunnaki, Prince Enlil produced greater quantities of ore for less cost and in shorter time. This pleased the great King Anu greatly. But the demand for higher production stressed the worker Anunnaki to the breaking point. Fueled by the isolation and distance from loved ones, the anger of the Anunnaki became a work stoppage, a strike. When threatened with punishment, a group of Anunnaki attacked the palace of Enlil itself. His life threatened, Prince Enlil immediately called on Anu to descend to the faraway kingdom. Angrily, the king responded to the call from Eridu. Both Prince Enlil and the Anunnaki demanded an audience with the king. The angry laborers asked for the immediate removal of Prince Enlil. Even the prince himself asked to be removed. His desire was to return to the faraway royal high court of Asarr. Quietly yet firmly, Lord Prince Ea added his voice to the requests for the reassignment of his brother. Again faced with a serious situation, King Anu was forced to make his way to the troubled outpost. Arriving in the palace of Eridu, Anu immediately held a hearing for the purpose of resolution of the situation. The voices were loud and angry. Everyone presented his case for the return of Prince Enlil to the court of Asarr. No one asked for his continued rule. When the voices were finally quiet, the wishes of every member of the assembly was clear: Enlil must go. Everyone turned to the king. He sat in silence. He made no movement. He was sorely troubled. He had hoped that Lord Prince Enlil would somehow be kept in Eridu. The great and wise Anu found himself needing a solution. Seeing his opportunity, Prince Ea stepped forward. With Princess Ninhursag at his side, the prince proposed to his father and the assembly a simple solution. Within the life centers, he and the princess had engineered many hybrids for use in labor in the fields. By utilizing genetic substances from the Asarr people themselves and the genetic materials of Eridu beasts, hybrid creatures of half Asarr blood were created. The creatures retained their natural strengths but also gained sufficient intelligence to understand commands. The earlier success of the HN lizard hybrid worker in the underground mines proved the worth of such an experiment. Other fabricated beasts, successful in specialized tasks only, were the Semt or a half-horse, half-Asarr hybrid, capable of carrying burdens long distances, and the powerful Ment or a half-bull, half-Asarr being with a capability of phenomenal feats of strength. The success of the hybrids had encouraged Prince Ea and Princess Ninhursag to attempt yet another untried combination, one which would resolve the difficulty at hand. King Anu sat forward in his throne. The possibility of a hybrid beast as a solution to his problems was intriguing. Prince Ea, seeing the interest of the king, turned to an awaiting Princess Ninhursag. He motioned to her. She made a gesture into the hallway. The show was about to begin. To the surprise of everyone gathered, a huge hairy black beast came forward. It was the Appa, a beast of the jungle, renowned for its strength and ferocity. Cries of protest and fear went up from the assembly. The beast was unchained. But before anyone could move, Princess Ninhursag gave the beast a command, which the beast calmly and obediently followed. And in the next few moments, while everyone watched, the beast obeyed every command of the Lady Genesis scientist. When the demonstration was completed, the prince explained his idea to the king. The creature, a beast of great strength and limited intelligence, could be genetically altered to become a laborer in the mines, taking the hardships away from the Anunnaki and freeing them for the more important tasks of construction. The great Anu was impressed. Indeed, the hybrid proposed seemed to be the solution. The murmurs of the Anunnaki seemed to be approving, Ea felt. He smiled, sure he had succeeded in removing his from Eridu. King Anu stood up. Prince Ea expected good news. Eridu would be his now, and Lil would soon be gone. The dominion of the solar system would finally be rightfully his. The king made his pronouncement. Prince Ea would begin the immediate genetic changes needed to alter the beast. All Anunnaki laborers would return to their operations until the new creature was ready for work in the fields. But to the horror of Prince Ea, the king ended his words with an announcement that cut like a knife into his being. Enlil would remain in charge of Eridu. The beast of Prince Ea would alleviate the situation and allow Enlil to stay. Such were the words of the king. So it would be. Prince Ea was shattered. He had once again been denied the throne of Eridu. Enlil, his lifelong adversary, was the victor once again. Storming from the palace, Prince Ea vowed he would never again enter the Eridu palace until the throne was his. Though he had been the firstborn son of King Anu, he would never ascend to the throne of Asa-RRR because Prince Enlil, the younger son, was born to King Anu by his half-sister, a requirement in the Asa-RRR rules of succession. And now the throne of Eridu had also been taken away from him. The enmity between the two had extended even to the very purpose of life itself. Enlil had believed the purpose of life was to give undying service to the kings and the throne of Asa-RRR. But the Genesis sciences had revealed something highly different to Prince Ea. Life controlled was not life evolved, as blasphemous as that might be in Asa-RRR. Prince Ea saw life as an opportunity for exploration of self. Born of the same blood and world, no two brothers could have been further apart in their ways. And so the words of the great Anu added to the already raging feud between the two princes. Prince Enlil would be Lord of the World, command, and continue his iron rule, while Prince Ea would remain the Genesis Lord, developing Eridu to the expectations of his father. Prince Ea resigned himself to his task, redesigning the beast his sister had initiated to suit the needs of the work community of the Anunnaki. With his sister beside him, the prince began the intricate procedures. But the anger was in his heart and would not leave his thoughts. And thus the revenge of Ea was born. Although directed to use the cellular material from one of the Anunnaki lords, specifically chosen by Prince Enlil, Prince Ea substituted cells of his own choosing for the experiment. The time for the uncovering of the true identity of the beast would someday come, and he, Prince Ea, would have the last laugh. Prototype after prototype was tried. Slowly, the beast was developed in intelligence without sacrificing strengths. Through experimentation in the field, the final product made its appearance. Rushed into service, the beast immediately proved itself. With strong arms and back, dexterity of hand, and intelligent enough to follow instruction, the creature's versatility soon created a strong demand by the Anunnaki for additional beasts. The Appa hybrid, known as Adapa, was an able beast, ready to serve his masters. Prince Enlil was unhappy with the beast from the first. He did not trust either the temperament of the creature nor his brother. The beast was dangerous. Controlling it was an undertaking he had no wish to do. There was a foreboding, a sense of trouble in Enlil's being. He could not rest easy. But forced to use the beast by his father's word, Prince Enlil decided to put the beast in the most perilous of work situations and in the most harsh environments. The creature was an experiment and therefore expendable. Demanding that beasts who fell from their labors not be relieved or tended to, the prince was responsible for the deaths of many of the creatures. They were, after all, only beasts. Prince Ea received the news with horror. The creatures, his experimental Adapa beasts, were being worked to death by his brother's orders. The creatures were not labor helpers, they became slaves, inconsequential, disposable slaves. Prince Ea had never felt such anger before. Everything, all of his efforts were being systematically destroyed. His reclamation of Eridu, the planet, his successful building of Eridu, the city, and the creation and engineering of a beast of labor. There was wanton destruction of everything Prince Ea had worked so hard for. His entire life story was an ongoing tale of submission to the whims of his brother. But now it would come to a halt. Prince Ea would strike back. He would have no more of his brother's dominance over his. He would make his brother pay for his sins through a vehicle unexpected, the beast. Returning to the agricultural center in Eridu, Prince Ea sought out the beasts in the garden where they fed. Finding several of them alone, he approached them. Careful planning and precise breeding schedules permitted only certain beasts to mate, and only under the strictest supervision. No beast could mate without the approval of the Lord of the Word. The results could be disastrous. But Prince Ea in the garden introduced the beasts to a simple pleasure, the pleasure of spontaneous, unsupervised sex. Reacting from basic instincts, the beasts took to Lord Ea's instruction quickly. Playful at first, then earnest in their enjoyment, the beasts frolicked in the garden. The prince watched as the beasts revelled in the pleasure of intimacy. In a short life filled with agonies and labor, the brief moments of pleasure were God-sent. And with this new knowledge, the beast could be as his masters, choosing a moment's pleasure without scheduling, without approval. The beasts looked back at the prince. He had given them a little taste of true happiness. Their creator, a Genesis scientist whose mark was two intertwined strands of DNA, like serpents mating, had endowed them with the knowledge of knowing. In time, the clandestine behavior of the beasts became known to their masters. Lord Prince Enlil, informed of the beasts' disregard of establishment commands of conduct, became furious. An immediate command was issued to round up all of the offending creatures. Any and all renegade creatures were to be severely punished and instantly thrown out of the life center. Prince Enlil would tolerate no disobedience. Prince Enlil knew that somehow his brother had been the cause of the beast's horrendously criminal behavior. Only a Genesis scientist could affect the beast's temperament. Only Prince Ea could have had access to the creature. Enlil was being undermined by his brother. He knew it. But Enlil was not to be trifled with. To prevent further transgression, a new set of strict commands for Adapa beasts still within the life center and in the field operations was issued. Thus were issued the commands of the Lord of the Word. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil only. Loyalty to Prince Ea or any other Lord Creator, KD, was strictly forbidden. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil. All traces of Prince Ea and any other Lord Creator, KD, will be removed. Any beast carrying any remembrances of Prince Ea will be punished. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil. Any beast uttering evil sounds or angry sounds about Lord Enlil will be punished. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil. Every beast must attend an obedience lesson every 7th period. All beasts in the agricultural center must give complete and total obedience to Lord Enlil. The pairing together of beasts for mating must be approved by Lord Enlil. No beast may mate outside of the pairing approved by the Lord. Such were the commands of the Lord of the Word. Prince Enlil would not be challenged. He would keep an iron hand over Eridu. Let the beasts die in the wilderness. Let Prince Ea care for them. They are moose, monsters, and deserve no assistance. Let the renegade beast henceforth be called Ada Moose. Let the females suffer in childbirth. No longer will the birthing chambers be available to them. If the beasts of the garden remain faithful, they shall be allowed to remain. They shall be called Adapa. And so the beast was divided into 2 groups, the faithful and the unfaithful, the Adamus and the Adapa. Prince Ea was pleased, however, for in the cast-outs, a chance to continue the experiment to create independent life still existed. His desire to fabricate a life form that was intelligent yet independent of the system that Prince Ea and Prince Enlil had grown up in was still possible. The beast would have a chance at freedom and independence, something that he, the Prince of Asarr, had not had. The beast had been a testament to the genesis skills of Prince Ea, a Lord KD. Engineering the combination of brute strength with some measure of intelligence had been tedious, but the prince wanted more for the creature. Developing the beast's ability to speak had been a priority for Lord Ea. It allowed communication with the KDs and provided a means of measuring progress. Though the beast's vocabulary was quite minimal, it was understandable. Locating pockets of the rejected beasts in the wild, Ea and his sister Ninhursag began to teach them the skills of survival necessary in the cruel environment. From the first fire to the making of symbol clothing, from making scratches on cave walls to the reading of symbols, the beast was taken along the path to a higher intelligence by both lords of the Genesis sciences. The experimental prototype of Princess Ninhursag had gone through several stages of development, but it had proven to be unique in its abilities. In time, several of the beasts exhibited the exceptional ability of learning and communicating its knowledge to other beasts. Prince Ea and his sister began to focus most of the attention on them, teaching them so that they might begin to spread the knowledge to others. These teachers, taught by KD himself, became known as Su, they who knew. The Easu, the teachers, spread the way of Ea. Footnote: a later teacher of righteousness would bear the name Yesu, Jesus, a variation of Ea, Su. End of footnote. As the beasts in the wild progressed through the efforts of Prince Ea, Lord Prince Enlil became further angered with the creatures. Though many of the Adapa beasts still served loyally and faithfully in the Eridu compound, still the Lord of the Word felt hatred and distrust for the creature. The AR flagship, the Asarr ship of state, was expected to arrive in Eridu soon. Knowing that the massive death ship caused an enormous gravitational pull, the prince decided to steer the course of the AR into the path he could utilize. By changing the path over the icy poles, the gravitational pull would be strong enough to cause glaciers to fall onto ocean. This in turn would cause needed environmental changes. If a resultant flooding destroyed the beasts, so be it. The Prince of the World could justify the sacrifice of the beasts in exchange for the warming of the planet, the increasing of the amount of usable ocean waters, and the end of an ice age gripping the upper and lower hemispheres. All of that was of significantly greater import than the fate of the beast. When Lord Ea discovered the plans of his brother, he made immediate protest. But the Lord of the World would give no heed. And to make matters worse, Prince Enlil forbade a single Adamus be spared. Only the loyal Adapa would be given shelter from the flood waters. The renegade beasts would be sacrificed if necessary. They had broken the commands. And the Lord of the World cautioned the prince, giving warning to the beast was aiding an enemy of the state, a heinous crime. Prince Ea was trapped. To work with rejected creatures, that was one thing. To give royal aid was another. With not much choice in the matter, Prince Ea gave his solemn oath to remain silent, giving no warning about the impending floods. Though reluctant to accept his brother's word, Prince Enlil continued his plans for the ceremonial arrival of the heir. But the Genesis prince could not allow his beast to die. In secret, Lord Ea made plans. Taking several of the beasts to the underground caverns of the Henti hybrids and other beasts to mountain highlands, Prince Ea assured the survival of at least some of the beasts. As a final measure, Lord Ea had a special cargo ship constructed that would sail far out into the ocean, away from the regions most likely to suffer. With these secret plans, Prince Ea kept Adamus alive and his experiment intact. When the mighty Ea returned, the floods began as Enlil had expected them to. He felt relieved. The beast would not be around to disturb him anymore. When the flood subsided and Lord Enlil discovered the deceit of his brother, his rage was uncontrollable. The two princes confronted each other in the Eridu palace. Each had betrayed the other. Lord Enlil had attempted to destroy the prototypes of Prince Ea's beast in its early stages. Lord Ea had tried to undo his brother's administration by tampering with the beast's breeding. Enlil had tried to destroy the beast with a flood. Ea had broken a promise not to warn his creation, the beast. Each prince had committed a crime against the empire, an act of deliberate sabotage of the assigned duties of a royal prince of the throne. Neither would ever achieve the throne if that kind of behavior continued. But Prince Ea had never believed the throne of Easarr would ever be his. The rights of succession assured him of that. Prince Enlil, however, was the heir apparent. He could stand to lose everything. Prince Enlil, Lord of the World, had no choice. He made a decision. There must be a truce. Never again would he or any one of his administration interfere with Lord Ea's duty, the development of Eridu and all of its life forms. Lord Ea had no alternative but to return the promise. He and all of Cadiz would never interfere with Lord Enlil again. As a sign of his good intentions, Prince Enlil gave his brother agricultural implements for the beast, tools for him so that the beast could learn how to grow his own food. The Genesis prince was surprised but grateful for the gift from his brother. In exchange, Prince Ea promised to enhance the skills and abilities of certain special hybrids used by Lord Enlil in the administration of Eridu. Thus, for a time, the peace on Eridu came to be. Beasts were allowed to become educated and civilized. The empire of Eridu under Enlil grew and prospered. Genetic manipulation had given the beast the ability for minimal communication and understanding. Through engineered enhancement, the Adapas who remained in the garden were made significantly stronger in analytic thought processing. They became highly intelligent, capable of small-scale decisions, but remained docile and servile. Through the use of Adapas and Henti servants, Prince Enlil and the Anunnaki were able to make dramatic progress in the Eridu operation. The Adamus beasts, however, uncontrolled in their sexual activity, grew quickly in number. Genetic manipulation would be more difficult than producing specific traits in them. Any genetic enhancement would be subject to random breeding, the desired results probably watered down. At best, only some of the beasts would retain the desired attributes. Most of them would lose the hoped-for traits entirely. But through personal contact and his Easu, Lord Ea gave the Adamus beast what the Adapa would never get, a chance to appreciate beauty. Teaching the beast how to enjoy and feel the wonders of art and music, the prince inculcated a sense of self and awareness of the world around him. Untainted by any influences of the ASARRR system, the Adamus developed a sense of belonging to a family and a sense of shaping and choosing his own destiny. The prince was pleased. The system would not take hold, not with the beast. It had a chance, or so he hoped. In an effort to ensure the beast would never again be desirable to the system, Lord Ea continued to enhance the sexual drive of the creature. If placed in a situation of choice, labors in the service of the system or pursuit of sexual pleasure, the beast would always choose sex. This would make the beast an undesirable in the eyes of his brother Enlil. Two distinct beasts, the Adapa and the Adamus, were part of planet Eridu. Lord Prince Ea, a master Genesis sciences, was Lord El of the beasts, El Ea or Leo. Prince Enlil, Lord of the Command, was Lord of obedient servants. As word of Prince Ea's beast spread to neighboring stars and galaxies, another group of Genesis lords extended a gift to Lord Ea, known as the Aku. They were descended from a bird-like ancestor. The Genesis lords presented Ea with a single strand of DNA filament that provided passion. With this one single element, the invisible motivating force that gave a being intense feelings was passed on to the beasts of the prince. And with this gift, the Adamus beast would have even more passion, more feeling than even the beings of the ASARRR empire themselves. Taken from the cells of the Aku, the offering became known as the gift of the feather. Thus, the paths of the two beasts, the Adapas of Enlil and the Adamus of Enki or Enki, continued to separate. Of the same roots, initially for the same purpose, the two were now on different paths. With time, Prince Ea and Prince Enlil were able to make both groups work together. The Adapa beasts completed their labors as obedient servants. The Adamus beasts completed the labors in exchange for food and supplies. As Eridu expanded from one compound into many, the use of both beasts became a commonplace occurrence. Eridu was a world of laboring beasts. The world of Eridu had become the new capital of the faraway solar system, a system nearly destroyed by the war with Lord Arzu and his rebels. Its restoration had strengthened the hold of King Anu on the ninth passageway, assuring that his place with the Aryan queens was secure. Eridu, capital city, Eridu, capital of world, and Eridu, the solar system, had become a thriving, productive system. But the way of the ASARRR always involved internal war. Offspring of both Prince Ea and Prince Enlil made constant war with each other. Jealousy, envy, and sheer want of power motivated members of the royal families to attack each other and seize holdings. And so long as the empire itself was in no way imperiled by the royal wars, they were permitted. It was good for the young to test their war mettle against each other. From these things the way of the ASARRR was born. And since Prince Ea had given the beast the ability to learn and retain the knowledge, many royals began to use the beast in the administration of their small kingdoms, using a beast to control other beasts. To the horror of the prince, many beasts pledged fealty to their lords in exchange for an unending source of food and shelter. The one fear of Prince Ea had been that the beast might return to the system if its survival was threatened. And now the fear had been realized. But free will had been part of the experiment of the beasts. If Prince Ea interfered, he would defeat his own purposes in creating the beast. And so the beasts learned war. The wars of the royals were merely planetary chess games with pieces comprised of servants and beasts. Reanimation, a technique for bringing a dead being back to life, and medical transplants were always available to the royals in case of an injury or fatality, but crippling injury, wounds, and death, that was for the lowly soldiers on the field, that was saved for the beast. But the beast proved itself again and again. Loyal and intelligent, the beast had become vital participants in the running of Eridu daily events. The ASA-RRR genetic background of the beast had a profound influence in its ability to learn and to adapt to the system. Through the guiding efforts of Prince Ea, the royals, and the Anunnaki, in time the beast was permitted to minister to its own affairs, to run its own small kingdom or territory, as long as it continued to pledge its loyalty and fidelity to one of the royal lords, and ultimately to the empire of ASA-RRR. And so Adama became part of Eridu. From a role strictly as a slave beast of labor to a role as a contributing member of society with an understanding of faithfulness to a lord above, the Adama had risen to a place above other creatures of the world, second only to his lord above. The wars of the royals raged on, faithful Adama serving on the battlefields for them. Eridu kingdoms rose and fell on the backs and the blood of the Adamas. Children of Lord Enlil and Lord Ea constantly challenged each other over the rights of domain and power. And so began the era that would see the War of the Great Takeover, an attempt by Lord Prince Marduk, son of Lord Ea, king of the beasts. An accomplished master in the skills of the dark warriors, Prince Marduk wanted to become king of the system of Eridu. Challenging other royal family members for the throne, including his uncle Prince Enlil and even his father Lord Ea, Marduk would use war, works of intrigue, and even the deadly art of betrayal to try to seize the throne. His father Ea had been deprived of the throne of Eridu and ASA-RRR. He, Marduk, would not suffer the same fate. But in the midst of his rise to power, Prince Marduk was wrongfully accused of the assassination of his own brother, Lord Prince Dumuzi. Refusing to be imprisoned, Marduk chose to fight against his accusers, taking refuge in a pyramid fortress. A hasty council was called, the decision made to end the war by sealing Marduk into his stone structure. Trapped within, Prince Marduk was doomed to death. But fortune was with him. Several of his followers were able to tunnel up from beneath the structure, thereby giving Marduk an opportunity to escape. With a bounty on his head, Prince Marduk fled into the heavens. And for a while, peace once again came to Eridu. But as is the way of the ASA-RRR empire, it would not last long. High above within the stars of the Aryan Empire, Marduk would find an ally, an ages-old enemy of Anu and the queens of the SST throne, known as SSATA, underground ones. They were part of a reptilian rebel group who inhabited huge caverns within the worlds of the Aryan. Constantly threatening the queens in power, they unceasingly searched for new ways to undermine the rule of the queens. Despised and dreaded, the SSATA rebels gave audience to the prince, promising them great wealth and power and full participation in his empire in exchange for their support. A daunting Marduk elicited their support. Eagerly, the SSATA seized the opportunity to support an effort against the ASA-RRR. By weakening the Dak Empire, so too the SSST queens would be weakened. perhaps enough so that their own rebellion in Arian would succeed. Sending a communique throughout the Arian Empire to their allies, the SSATA raised huge numbers of warriors, each a dedicated and willing enemy of the SSST queens. By secretly supporting Marduk, success in the takeover of the Eridu colonies would give the SSATA rebels a tremendous stranglehold on the Ninth Passageway. The SSST queens would have to negotiate with them. Should the rebellion not succeed, the death of Marduk would satisfy both the Syrians and the queen. The failure of a civil war far away from the SSST empire would be tolerated by the queen. Once again, the specter of a war loomed on the horizon of the Eridu solar system. But the success of another rebellion in Eridu was remote at best. The great Anu had gone to great lengths to assure himself that another war of revolution could not occur. To succeed, there would have to be yet another group who would have to give active support to Prince Marduk, one that had a firm foothold within the Eridu solar system itself and was part of the integral Enlil forces of command. Deep within the mining operations, the Hen-T hybrids had proven themselves as loyal servants. Long before the Adamus had done so, the Hen-T hybrid had risen to a position as one of the royal families of Eridu's most faithful administrators. And although many of the royal offspring families had used the Adamus beast as administrators over other beasts, Prince Enlil had continued to use only the Hen-T, considering them to be less of a threat and much more obedient. Key mid-level administration positions were assigned strictly to the Hen-T hybrids and never to an Adama beast. Unlike the Adamus beast, Lord Prince Ea had not manipulated the Hen-T to a higher intelligence, thus making it more servile and less of a choice maker. But more crucial to the planned war of darkness by Prince Marduk, the Hen-T was created from the cellular materials of lizards. It was therefore a reptile. At distant relations of the SSATA rebels, they could be approached and possibly persuaded. With the behind the scenes of the SSATA, the prince and an army of masters of deceit began their campaign to seduce the Hen-T servants of Lord Enlil, promising the Hen-T that they would become his administrators. If the takeover was a success, Marduk and the SSATA used every trick to swing the Hen-T over to the rebel side. Marduk even offered shares in the wealth and riches of the empire and future territory for their control. Their place in the empire of Marduk would be second to none but the prince himself. And so the secret takeover began. Using Hen-T hybrids created and developed by the Arian SSST for their own use, the vengeful Marduk secretly maneuvered his agents deep into the mines, the administrative offices, and the command forces of Enlil himself. As the Hen-T hybrids had moved up in the ranks of Prince Enlil's administration, they had become known as Chet, those of the Chet, the word being Enlil, referred to as the Sheti or Shet by the administration members of Enlil. They became trusted servants of both Lord Prince Enlil himself and the royal families. Their loyalty was never in doubt. No one suspected the betrayal. Slowly and quietly, the conspiracy began. The plot was simple. SSATA lizards trained for subterfuge would infiltrate the ranks of the Hen-T workers. They would spread the word and recruit their distant cousins to the rebellion. In short time, the Shet were able to persuade the Hen-T lizards to enter the folds of the rebels. The Hen-T who joined with the plot became known as Shet-I, the secret ones. Following the initial infiltration of the ranks of Hen-T in the underground operations, the conspiracy moved into the very inner core of the administration of Lord Prince Enlil. The command forces, including the communication and logistic departments, were also targeted. Carefully and deliberately, the conspiracy gained a foothold in every department of Lord Prince Enlil's administration. In time, Prince Marduk and the hidden Shet Eye were ready. Word was given to begin the attack. Invading Eridu with his warships, Marduk attacked viciously and unmercifully. Eridu, Dak, and BH forces were surprised. Henti workers in communication rooms disrupted messages of the invasion, preventing effective defensive action. When finally notified, the Dak warriors responded in warships that had been sabotaged, thus rendering them impotent. Many ships were detoured or given wrong coordinates. Eridu communication systems were silent. Enlil was undone. The Shet Eye and the turncoat Henti hybrids had done well. Eridu, the island outpost of the SARR Empire, was now the seized empire of Lord Prince Marduk, son of Prince Enki and grandson to King Anu. Marduk had been victorious. The war of takeover, backed by the reptilian rebels, had been successful beyond expectations. The stealth and subterfuge, the hidden deviousness, had prevented direct confrontation. Prince Enlil and his followers fled back to the distant worlds of ASA-RRR. Prince Ea took many of his followers and Adamus beasts to his star system, Baal Ea Daos, Pleiades, place of Baal Lord Ea Da, the creator. The royal offspring of both of Lords Ea and Enlil were also forced to flee. As Marduk landed on the world of Eridu, his place on the throne was unchallenged. To ensure that no challenge might occur in the future, the prince immediately ordered a search for any remaining loyal heirs. Their choice would be easy: total subjugation or death. The entire Eridu Empire would bow to Marduk. He would see to that. Once seated, Marduk began his final campaign: to change or destroy any records which attributed any heroic or kingly achievements to anyone other than himself. Stone monuments, obelisks, and edifices were altered by stone cutters. Tablets of clay or wood were burnt or destroyed. No records of any other monarch would remain. Marduk had become the beginning and the end of all things. He had appointed himself Lord God and Creator of the universe. Henceforth, he was the sun god Ra. And so the records of Eridu were changed. The rulership of Ra Marduk was total and retroactive. Only one change remained to be made. Records were given a new face, but memories were left. Using the mind-altering techniques of his SSATA reptilian minions, the new king RRA, Ra, ordered the systematic alteration of the minds of the beings of Eridu. To accomplish the monumental task, the SSATA converted existing structures with chambers for reprogramming. One by one or in groups, the colonists and the beasts, Adama and Adapa, were promised wealth, property, power, sexual favors, any enticement which would draw the victims into the tunnels leading into the brightly lit reprogramming rooms. Once inside, memories were erased or altered. Screen memories, images designed to hide recollection of the event, were often implanted. The sun god Ra would be the only one, the only god on record, the one and only god of memory. Colonists or beasts who refused voluntary treatment were seized and forcibly taken into the memory alteration chamber for adjustment. Some Easu fled into the wilderness or high mountains, there to engrave in stone clues to the secret of the takeover, the sun god Ra, and the Shet, before their capture and reprogramming. Somehow the truth would come to light again. The clues, however, would remain hidden until uncovered and recognized or deciphered. The face on Mars and the domed cities of the moon are two examples. In time, the Shat-Ai completed their task. The populace of Eridu had forgotten. As they went their separate ways, however, they each had a vague uneasiness. Something was not there anymore. Something was missing. And curiously, though they seemed not to have common backgrounds, each remembered, each recalled a bright light at the end of a tunnel. And each one knew that they were supposed to go to the light and enter the light, for there their ultimate reward resided. As insurance, the SSATA took one more precaution. To ensure the passion instilled in the beast, the gift of the feather did not give impetus to rebellion. The rebel lizards constructed huge towers which would transmit a cloud of electronic signals designed to keep the beast in a fog, a docile state. The electronic blanket also served as a cover, preventing outside signals from reaching the beast. No one, not Ea, not Enlil, nor the Aryan queens would be permitted to contact the beast. To further control the beast, the houses of obedience of Prince Enlil, where the beast visited every 7th day for obedience lessons, were taken over by the SSATA. Doctrines which would support the empire became dogma. The teachings, the ways of Ea, became evil, and the words of a demon, Ea, a life-giving KD, God, became Da-E-Ba-El, Creator Ea, Lord Father, the evil one, the diabolic one. But the Shat-Ai would leave nothing to chance. Should an innocent clay tablet surface with a story of ancient beings, half man and half beast, star beings that flew into the skies, or a rebellious god on Mount Olympus, these were the fables and myths of an imaginative, primitive man. These were tales of fantasy, nothing more. The rational man, the working man, should not concern himself with the things of children. The denial of the world before Lord Ra was complete. Shat-Ai lizards, who had taken an active part in the takeover and reprogramming, were elevated to the status of overlords and administrators of existing systems and laborers. The era of the Syrian lords and masters was gone. Prince Enlil, the Lord of the World, was gone. The golden era of growth and development was gone. Eridu, a primitive solar system developed into a stronghold by a king of the star Sirius. Eridu, a planet virtually destroyed in a war of rebellion led by warlord Zuzu Zeus and reconstructed by Genesis scientists. Eridu, the first settlement and city of the reborn planet. Eridu, the place of conquests and wars, the place of subjugation and kingship from the stars, was now Eridu, a world with a reconstructed history, a fabricated past. Ra, was the sun god, but the reptiles were in charge. As the ASARR had done before them, the Shat-Ai began to increase the production and efficiency of the operation. In addition, however, they entered into the development of the production of a new commodity, a drug called Esma. Once a drug used only by kings, the Shat-Ai began to make and sell the drug to all the galaxy beings. Prophet Sword and Lord Ra fast became one of the wealthiest king in all the 9th sector. With his amassed riches, Ra built an empire and an army second to none. His alliance with the SSATA had given Lord Ra the wherewithal to keep the Anu and other warriors, conquerors at bay. Lord God Ra would live forever, or so he hoped. The great Lord God Ra ruled with an iron hand, the ways of the SARR still in his veins. The Shat-Ai ministered to the role of Eridu efficiently and coldly. But Lord Ra did not trust the Shaddai. If they would betray their own queen, they would not hesitate to betray Lord Ra. The Shaddai were cold-blooded reptiles, unsympathetic to any race, and even though he was God, Ra was an outsider. Their relationship, their alliance, was business and no more for them. Ra knew they could not be trusted. Lord Ra moved to place his most trusted priests and his children in control of the empire. Known to all as Ra-Ka, Ra, the Lord Father, he instructed his children in the management of the wealth of the empire. As they were assigned their positions, they became known as Ra-Kam, a child of Ra. Later times would see Ka-M converted to Kam, the name for a shield. This would give the children of Ra a new name, Ra-Kam, those of Ra's shield. To keep control of the crucial reanimation center, Lord Ra had selected an elite group of priests to protect and be responsible for the chambers. They would also serve as Lord administrators of the affairs of the empire. Recognized as the royal Ra-Ka-Per-A or the Ra-Ka pharaohs, they served as loyal minions to the Lord Ra. But the Lord God Ra was not omnipotent. His power, his empire was dependent on the Shaddai. Recognizing his throne was vulnerable, Lord God Ra reconsidered the possibility of a reunion with the empire of Asarr. His wealth and power surely gave him bargaining power, he felt. Lord God Ra was in need of another alliance to protect himself. It was, however, too late. Before he could do anything, in the darkness of night, a coup took place. No violence, no battle. The Shaddai simply and quietly took everything over. As the sun rose over the palace, the Shaddai were in control. All elite warrior guard forces of the Lord Ra were imprisoned or eliminated. There remained only the task of capturing God Ra himself. But fate was with the Sun King. Loyal followers of the king entered his royal quarters to rouse him from his sleep. To his good fortune, an escape plan had been devised to take him away from the grasp of his pursuers. With the reptilian guards at his heels, Lord Ra narrowly escaped. As he gazed down from his starship high above, he looked down on what was once his magnificent empire, but now it was gone. The kingdom of Ra was no more. With the departure of Lord Ra, the era of the empire of Syrian rulership over Eridu was over. Eridu, a solar system that had suffered through devastating and destructive wars, had fallen to the Sata reptiles without battle. The underground beings had successfully undone the empires of the sun god Ra, the Prince Enlil, the great King Anu, and even the Aryan SST queens. The Sata became lords of the SMA market, a profitable illicit trade, and masters of the ninth passageway, the star lanes necessary for travel to and from the central stars and the Aryan Empire. In one quick, bold move, the Sata made themselves one of the most powerful and richest races in the ninth sector. Control of the solar system would not be left to chance. Manipulation of the minds of all of the inhabitants, including the control of the minds of the offspring of Ra, his trusted priests and all members of Ra's court, was done immediately and completely. What Lord Ra had started, the Sata would finish. Erasure of memories and the control of minds would be expanded to include his own family and court. Henceforth, the Ra's shield and the Ra-Ka pharaohs would be the faithful, if unwitting, servants of the reptiles. The Adama beasts continued to labor for their new lords, unaware of the changes, unaware that they were slaves. Life meant working daily for the masters. If the beast performed well, the future meant being put out to pasture. Somewhere in the dim recesses of its mind, the beast recalled memories of a past life. There is more than what we are being told, the beast would say to itself. The beast was right. The Terra Papers, Part 3, narrated by Simone Rich. For the last 4,000 years, man has been deceived. The Shatai are still here. Native Americans who know of them call them Chetu, lizard men. Hidden in the darkness, they emerge from their lairs to torment and use humans for their own purposes. The Shatai are known today as the Greys. Created from the genetic materials of the SSS beings and the ASA-RRR beings themselves, the Shatai are hybrid lizards who retain many of the characteristics of their progenitors. As the ASA-RRR beings, Ea, Enlil, Anu, etc., had large cranial lobes, larger brain capacity, so do the Greys. But large black eyes are more reminiscent of the SSS tendency to enormous eyes, particularly if they tend to inhabit caverns, underground chambers where light would be minimal. The Shatai also retain the generally shorter height of their small lizard ancestry and the smaller frailness of the body. Comparison of limbs to small lizards will show a very strong similarity. As descendants of the SSS reptiles, the Shatai have also retained the skin color and the skin texture of reptiles. A mottled gray to pale beige in skin color, the Shatai skin is cold and clammy to the touch. Though the SA-RRR beings had nostril and ear flares, the Shatai tend to have not much more than holes for both nostrils and ears, reminiscent of a snake. Their hands are reptilian, clawed and webbed. Various reports reveal that the cranium of the Greys has a definite crystalline bone ridge separating the hemispheres of the brain. This is a direct result of the enhancements Prince Ea made on the Shatai. Crystalline bone in the brain permits greater receptivity of control signals. A secondary report reveals that the Greys are possessed of a two-heart system, its significance to be discussed later. There is virtually no gastrointestinal tract. It has shrunk to near nothingness because of persistent use of glandulars. Reproductive organs are generally not present. Reproduction is not a function of the Grey existence. For thousands of years, the Greys have been the primary, though not the only, agents behind the phenomena known to us as abductions. Utilizing the mind-altering techniques of their SSATA ancestors, the Greys continue to erase memories and alter minds as a mask for hiding the experience from a victim. Abductees virtually always report memory losses, an altered state of mind generally unchanged unless an external memory jog or hypnosis retrieval occurs. Numerous psychologists report implanted memories, apparently intended to screen the actual event buried within the psyche of the abduction victim. Often the memories change a fear of large-eyed Greys into fear of large-eyed owls, deer, and other animals. Though alteration of the minds of abduction victims can and sometimes does enhance mental abilities, such as psychic clairvoyance, clairaudience, etc., The purpose of the abduction is not benevolent, but rather to erase inappropriate memories or to prepare the subjects for other purposes. The universal reports of mind manipulation, complete and unstoppable body shutdown, memory implantation and memory erasures confirm that the ancient methods of the SSATA have not been mythical, but in fact are techniques used by Grace today. Likewise, the Shatai lizards are not mythical beings born of the imagination of a civilization thousands of years ago. They are real, and they reside alongside us, watching over us, performing abductions and erasing our memories like a videotape blank, as it serves their purposes. We are theirs for now. The war. Having read the materials in these papers, the reader is certainly asking himself or herself, if what the author has proposed in these papers is true, then where are they now? Where are the SST reptiles? Where are the ASARR beings, Ea and Lil or Anu? Are the SSSTA rebel reptiles still in control? Are the wars over Eridu, Earth, over? Are they gone? The answer is a simple no. Over the last 2,000 years, several attempts have been made to try to undermine the stranglehold of the rebel reptilian SSATA. One of the most recent attempts was by an arm of the SSS Empire itself. By penetrating the electronic blanket and contacting a vulnerable human being named Adolf Hitler, who freely admitted to visitations by the Old Ones, a worldwide Aryan movement spearheaded by an elite SS corps, nearly succeeded in overthrowing the entirety of our docile world. If, as the author suggests, the Aryan continue in their efforts to take back the solar system, new movements derived directly from the SSS should manifest themselves. They will appear in the form of Aryan supremacy groups such as skinheads, white brotherhoods, neo-Nazis, etc. Reptiles, as heroic or friendly beings, fighting on man's behalf, will appear in all aspects of media. Figures like Barney, Teenage Mutant Turtles, and other superheroes will become our children's heroes and role models. Reptiles, particularly in the form of dinosaurs, will appear everywhere in our tiny world. The Syrians, the original creators of the religions used to control man, have also attempted takeovers. Recurrences of religious fervor have gripped the globe in past eras. The Inquisition, the Papal Wars, the numerous messiahs, and the miracle sightings have all been efforts to bring man back into the folds of the ASARR influence. If they too are trying to take over Earth as the author suggests, then a return to fundamentalism should also occur, though the image of the angel as protectors of mankind began with Prince Enki Els, Lords of Enki, Ea. Later, powers of the church removed the angel figurine from Prince Ea and assigned to its own domain. To establish itself as the only salvation of man's future, the church, ASARR system, in the form and image of angels, will appear everywhere. As a signal to Syrian followers that the AR starship has departed for this solar system, images of enormous planetary starships and crews comprised of heroic saviors of mankind and the Earth will be everywhere. There are good heavenly bodies headed our way. To counter the image of good heavenly bodies, the SSATA reptiles are filling the airwaves with images of falling asteroids, crashing comets, both intended to cause concern in the world populace, giving justification for aiming anti-asteroid missiles skyward for defensive purposes. Because the electronic blanket placed over man and earth is so pervasive and intense, other transmitted signals from the Ariane and ASA-RRR forces are prevented and garbled. In an attempt to communicate with men, especially those who are able to remember or decipher the clues, visual signals are being sent. They are called crop circles. Crop circles intended for the Syrian underground forces bear a striking resemblance towards ancient Egyptian glyphs. Crop circles intended for the forces of Lord Ra often have a football-shaped design, the mouth of Ra, or a circle with a dot in the center, the sun god Ra. Circles reminiscent of the Celtic cross and other cross forms are intended for Syrian guerrillas, letting them know they are not forgotten. Crop circles intended for the Aryan forces often have a snake-like form. Insect or bug-like creatures are also part of the communication attempt. Mathematical formations, Mandelbrot, triangles, etc., are signals from Prince Ea to the beast to hang on. He is not forgetting his renegade experiment. Some crop circles are graffiti placed by passers-by wanting to play on the sidewalk. Others are deliberately altered crop circles distorted by our own governments or an agency thereof to prevent too much information from being released to the public. The world of man is being bombarded by signals of the ongoing war. Memory jogs in the form of movies, books, magazine ads, comic books, advertisements and commercials are a daily occurrence visible if only man will look and listen. Will it be disturbing to mankind? Yes, but the farm must not be disturbed. No one wants the farm destroyed, and since its attending beasts, mankind, may stampede in the upcoming solar system wars and thus may cause destruction to the farm, the beast must be controlled. Implanting a mind control device would be desirable, but unfortunately it's highly impractical. If a control device in the brain is not feasible, then an external device placed in the immediate proximity of the brain is a viable alternative. But how can the beast be fitted for and be expected to carry the device voluntarily? The beast must be deceived. The human brain functions on electronic frequencies that are matched by only one device on the retail market today, a device called a cellular phone. Fait accompli. New personal electronic devices, another form of control units, will also increase in number and variety. Cassettes, CD players with headphones, virtual reality headgear, brainwave analyzers, laptop computers, personal pagers, beepers, and a host of new devices will keep man blanketed with a numbing and controlling electronic blanket. Drugs in the form of medicines, mood changers, diet and weight control, pain relievers, sleep aids, and sleep preventers will also be used to control man. Recreational drugs, including cigarettes, alcohol, and narcotics, are yet another part of the control programs designed to keep man docile. To avoid any chance that man will be motivated to take a stand against any of the battling groups and fight for himself, behavior modification will require that no human being be allowed status as a hero. Therefore, only people who are examples of appropriate behavior will receive recognition and awards. Victims, martyrs, tortured POWs people who die in service of their country, all examples of humans who do not fight back but endure great suffering, these will be the new heroes, the new role models. Any human coming too close to hero status, who behaves independently, will be the target of smear campaigns and worse, all intended to bring them down. Population control must increase in intensity and in the numbers of programs. Only the right men and women will be allowed to continue within the system of the farm. Disappearances and abductions, particularly of women and the youngest children, will increase. thinning out undesirable populations will increase. New mysterious airborne diseases will be developed. Present-day medical treatments will be a thing of the past, minimally effective if at all. The henta break out, the hen tea lizards. A coincidence? Obesity will increase, passivity will become desirable, and sexual dysfunction will increase in males. An increase in electronic transmissions will cause most female menstrual cycles to shorten from 28 days to near 25-day periods. To maintain control of mankind, NASA must be eliminated or at least severely restricted in its scope. Man must stay stranded on planet Earth. The search for intelligent life must not be continued, it must be abandoned. A false claim of discovery may be made, but the end results must reaffirm the futility of such a search. The stage is set. The war is engaged. Eridu is the prize. Man is the servant. So long as man seeks salvation out there, he paves the way for beings vying to become his overlords. UFOs. Either they exist or they do not. If they do not exist, then the story you have just read, the tale of gods and worlds, rebellions and takeovers, is but the rantings and ravings of a demented storyteller. If they do exist, then why is our government so vehement in its denial of their existence? There are more photos and videotapes of UFOs than of a natural phenomena scientists call ball lightning. Yet the ball lightning enigma is listed in encyclopedias and texts accepted in all science classes in our public schools. There are more first-hand witnesses to UFOs, all reliable and professional, than there are to the ball lightning phenomena. Government records show that many investigations of UFOs have been conducted by various agencies, even while denying publicity that they exist. If they exist, why haven't they responded to our signals for contact? Why haven't we heard from them? Why are no radio signals being received? Could there be, as the author suggests, an electronic blanket preventing them from reaching us? Or are we being shunned? Are we kept in dark to avoid a worldwide panic? If they are benevolent, there would be no panic. There would be rejoicing in the streets, elation in every life. Man and an extraterrestrial being working together, what grander event could there be? And if they are benevolent, why deal only with the world governments? Would they not be more effective revealing the purpose of their presence to every person on this earth? Are they prevented by some form of intergalactic law to interfere in our life form's development? If there is such a law, who are the channeled entities the world is flooded with? If truly they are channeled, if truly they are benevolent, then the intergalactic law has been broken and we are free to be contacted en masse and in full view of all people of our planet. Setting aside channeling for a moment, if there is a law of non-interference, are not abductions a violation of that same rule? If abductions are benevolent, why are world residents not advised of their wondrous benefits? Would we not rush to be treated as abductees are? Setting aside abductions, if there is a law preventing a benevolent extraterrestrial contact, would not the prayers of millions of human beings asking for divine intervention be enough to persuade them to make contact? Or are they not willing to assist because we have not filled out the right forms or followed appropriate channels? If they are truly benevolent, concerned with the welfare of mankind, the non-interference clause fails to explain why they have not made contact with us. In fact, no rational argument for non-contact presents itself. Is the author arguing that UFOs and ETs are malevolent? No, they are self-serving. Benevolence or malevolence is in the eye of the beholder. If man serves them well, he shall be rewarded. That is benevolence. If man chooses not to be of service, he will be expendable. Is that malevolence? The hidden history of planet Earth continued. Terra, Part 2. Eridanus, our galaxy, is the home of billions of beings, star races, as varied as the stars themselves, but each race born of the same evolutionary formula. From the first spark of life to the birth of a single cell, from the splitting of the cell to the formation of a simple-celled amoebas, and then to highly complex water creatures, from the first large fish beings to the emergence of land creatures, each race of star peoples has essentially followed the same path, from simple cellular structure to complex humanoid. Such is the norm of our galaxy. Humanoid is the rule, not the exception. Star races are descended of reptiles, insects, birds, and other forms of life mankind could not begin to imagine. Two races of star beings monopolized the history of our galaxy and our Earth. In the 9th sector, one of the oldest star races is the reptilian Aryan. Descended from dinosaurian ancestors, the Aryan queens have created the single most powerful galactic empire in this sector of Eridanus. Possessed of warriors of unmatched ferocity and bravery, referred as the MK or MG, the Aryan Empire was unequaled in power and size. Millions of years of countless battles had honed the war sciences of the Aryan Empire to near perfection. New methodologies have been developed. Conquered populations were an asset rather than a liability. Resistance was eliminated by simply reprogramming the minds of the difficult ones. An able-bodied enemy of the state became an obedient servant of the throne with but a simple operation. The hold of the Aryan on the 9th sector was virtually total and most definitely unyielding, until the time of an unexpected evolvement of yet another star system. The second star race was one descended of dog creatures similar to wolves. They were known as Canus, wolf beings of the star system Sirius, the dog star. Their empire was not as old nor as evolved as the Aryan kingdom. The fierceness of its warriors, known as the DK or TK, was vicious and barbaric, sufficiently so as to concern even the most disciplined of Aryan MK warriors. Cutting through an enemy's armies and then stopping to devour the flesh of the fallen, the DK soldiers provided their kings with conquest upon conquest. As their empire grew, the Canus kings began to concern the Aryan queens. A star lane known as the Peshmetan 9th passageway was a vital super starway linking the inner central stars to the outermost edges of the galaxy. By controlling the star lane, the Aryan queens maintained power over their empire, collected revenues, and influenced the political affairs of the central stars. The expansion of the Syrian kings began to encroach on the Peshmetan, a possibility the queens were not willing to permit. The queens approached the Syrian kings with an offer for an alliance. If the Canus kings would agree to pledge their loyalty to the Aryan queens, the queens would allow them to maintain control of the outer portion of the starway, making profit and wielding power over passageway traffic. Should a rejection of the alliance offered be the result, the queens of Aryan would have no choice but to obliterate the Sirius war forces and the Sirius system itself. The Syrian kings recognized the power granted them in an alliance with the Aryan queens and quickly accepted. Thus the alliance of reptilian queens and wolfish kings was born. MK warriors and DK warriors would fight side by side. The star systems of Orion and Sirius were allied, and for a time peace reigned in the ninth sector. The new star system was born very nearly on the starway, its position very clearly a place from which the Syrian king could further strengthen his hold on the passageway and make his position more secure in the affairs of the galaxy. New worlds are also sources of untapped precious metals and ores, as well as vital elemental compounds. The Syrian king quickly claimed the new star system and began to exploit its resources. The star system Bad became a crucial outpost to both the Syrians and Orions. Power and wealth for both empires continued to grow. But a coup in the Syrian royal court forced the king, who had been responsible for the development of the new star and its worlds, to flee for his life. Residents of the new solar system eagerly greeted their benefactor, granting him haven. And in his colony outpost, the king continued to develop the worlds and moons of Bad. Striking up an agreement with the Orion queens, the king agreed to pay tribute to both the Arian and Khanus thrones in exchange for his safety. Though the new Syrian king An wanted the death of the deposed king, he was forced to obey, to accept the agreement forced upon him by the queens. And again, for a short time, peace reigned. The way of conquerors demands constant vigilance. Power is not bequeathed, it is taken or lost. Such is the way of both Orion and Syrian empires. The king or queen who is caught sleeping will most likely remain asleep forever. The death of the deposed king in the outpost worlds gave the Syrian king reason to rejoice. His long-time hated rival was gone. But the grandson of the now silent deposed king, an angry young prince, ascended to power, and with him came the Great Rebellion. Lord Zu, known as Zuzu, Zeus, threw out the Syrian king and the DK warriors. The loyalty of the Bad peoples and an uncanny knack for battle permitted the Lord King Zeus to win against the faraway stars of Sirius. The golden age of an ancient god Zeus on Mount Olympus was at hand. But time would work against the young king. The forces of both the Orion and Syrian empires would join against him. The solar system Bad would suffer the full force of the warships and their weaponry. Every trace of the rebellious and upstart Lord King Zu would be eliminated. Entire worlds and their peoples were destroyed. Moons and their small colonies were demolished. The wrath of the King An was merciless and total. There would be no remains and no prisoners. The golden era of Zeus was over. Millions of years later, King An would dispatch his son, a Genesis scientist, to rebuild the destroyed worlds. Much needed resources and the strategic value of the outpost star system was far too important to allow it to remain dormant. Through the efforts of the young prince, one planet was brought back to life. The young Genesis creator brought the atmosphere back to life, the seas once more filled with life and movement. Plants, trees, and flowers appeared on surface lands. Creatures were hybridized. Life once again walked on the world given up for dead. Eridu rose from the ashes. Workers and technicians came with their families. Cities flourished. The recovery operations for precious metals, ore, and elements began to thrive. Settlers came from many parts of the ninth sector to become residents of the new world. The young prince continued to fabricate new creatures to inhabit the planet, one an ape-beast hybrid. Its one and only purpose was to serve the lords and masters, to slave in the fields and mines for a heavenly empire needing precious metals and elements. Such was the fate of the beast. Syrian kings, princes, and princesses came to govern over the new worlds. Jealousy, greed, and the way of conquerors came to be part of life on Eridu. The young prince creator, the Genesis scientist who had rebuilt the world, was removed as Lord of Dominion. The empire, the sustaining of the very system itself, was paramount. The creation of life, experiments exploring the potentials of a new creature, would have to be set aside. And so the young prince was replaced by his own brother as the Lord of Dominion. And so too the saga of the beast, the enlightenment and enslavement of man, continues. The Ea. Prince Ea found the beast in the garden at the center of the bioagricultural complex. The creature would be the key that would undo Enlil's dominion on Eridu. The beast could mate only under the strictest of conditions and only with a specifically selected partner. The genetic breeding programs had to be carefully controlled. The empire depended on workforces composed of subservient and obedient laborers. The angry prince decided to shake the very foundation of the new colony outpost. He would reveal to the beast the secret knowledge of the gods. Mating could be engaged in at any time and for the sheer pleasure of it. While the slaves must place labor before all else, the gods placed pleasures above all. Servants toiled endlessly so that masters could revel in the intoxicating pleasures of erotica. The beasts were given the knowledge of knowing each other at will. The prince taught the creature how to have a clandestine rendezvous, how to hide from overseers, and where to search for hidden places to enjoy their newly acquired knowledge. And the beast enjoyed himself. But the beast would be discovered. His transgression, a crime against the state, could not be hidden. His nakedness easily revealed his state of arousal. The guardians had no difficulty in catching the transgressors. Even the females displayed outward signs, though on a much more subtle scale. The offending beasts were ejected from the gardens. They became known as the Adamus, the monster creatures. Loyal beasts remained. They were known as Adapus, wise ones. These beast workers were allowed to stay in the garden, but the commands under which they would live increased in number and severity. Punishment became more brutal. Prince Ea became the embodiment of evil itself. Any and all works of the prince were labeled anti-state, thus the works of the worst criminal. Da Ea, the creator Ea, Ba'el, Father Lord. Once the Lord, Father, Creator Ea had become the Da Ea Ba'el, Diablo, evil, devil, the evil one. For several thousand years the turmoil continued. Lord Prince Ea would pay a price for his crime, but he was first son to the king himself. The offending beasts had been sent into exile. Certain death awaited them. Prince Ea would not be allowed the power he once had, his honors stripped. Once a proud prince, he was allowed to remain in the colonies but would never again be a force of influence. Though powerless, the prince continued his work with the rejected beast. In these wretched creatures, he could see a possibility, life unfettered by a system, life pursuing the path of its choice, life living for the sake of life. Instructed to create special schools to teach the loyal minions of Prince Enlil the secrets of the sciences, the beaten Prince Ea began to build the brotherhood, those who would become the administrators and priests of Lord Enlil. The symbol of the sciences and knowledge itself was an easily recognized serpent, a tribute to the reptilian Aryan queens and the empire itself. Thus, the initiates of these schools became known as the Brotherhood of the Snake. But the schools gave Prince Ea an idea. The beast would be given the opportunity to learn the secrets as well. Secretly, the prince held meetings with the beasts in the hillside caves. The caves became known as the Chel-Us, the world place of the word or teachings. Over the many years of seemingly endless travail, the Chel-Us, Cher-Ush, Sherosh church gave hope to the beast. Stories of the lost paradise were often spoken of, but the memories were so distant that they had become vague at best. Schooling of the beast began with simple lessons in survival, cooking with fire and hunting, creating shelter, making simple traps, and avoiding the dangers of the wilds. The beast learned and began to pass his skills on to his young. To the pleasant surprise of the prince, some beasts were able to learn quickly and eagerly sought more knowledge. In excited anticipation, the prince began to instruct the beast in the hidden arts he had begun to teach in Enlil's mystery schools, and the creature learned. The cave meetings remained secret. The beasts who showed promise as teachers became known as Easo, Ea wise ones, or children of Ea, children of the serpent. The symbol of Prince Ea, a Genesis scientist, was a pair of serpents, not the single serpent of the Brotherhood. Prince Ea himself was called the Lord Serpent, or the Serpent. He was thus to become the serpent seducer in Eden. The Easu began their missions to teach other creatures what they had learned from the Serpent Prince. As they made their way into the wilderness, Prince Ea stood proudly. They had learned and had become teachers in their own right. The Easu could help lead the way to a life of free will. But Prince Enlil learned of the hidden schools and immediately implemented his own plans. Dispatching loyal beast hybrids created by his own Genesis scientists, Prince Enlil infiltrated the cave schools. Masquerading as Easu, Enlil loyalists created their own Cheirosh, confusing the beasts and creating dissension. The Prince of the Word was pleased with his minions. They had confused the creatures. With the false Easu words, the beasts could no longer understand nor communicate with each other. It was no more than babble. The false Easu smiled, the true Easu wept. Ra. The takeover had been successful. Lord Prince Marduk, first son of the reviled creator god Ea, had become the one and only sun god Ra. The Shaddai lizards had reprogrammed all remaining subjects on Eridu. The rebel SS-88 queens of the Aryan underground worlds had given support to Marduk with the understanding that Shaddai lizards would become the administrators of the new empire. They had done their job well. Marduk would keep them around for a while. With their memories gone, the beasts were loyal and very eager servants. Other Assyrian family members also gave faith and allegiance to Ra. They too had lost their memories. And so it was that the empire entered a glorious phase. Everyone aspired to the same goal, to praise and serve the sun god Ra. The mystery schools became the source of priests who had but one thought: to praise the Lord Ra, from whom all things, all beings, all wisdom had come. The secrets of the galaxy and the universe came through the mouth of Ra. And so too the Cherosh became targets of the Lord Ra and the Shaddai. Where once the teachings were those of Lord Prince Ea, now they were of Ra Leg-us, Ra laws, words of, place of the words of Ra, Ra Leg-us, religion. Here too the purpose of the priesthood and brotherhood was to perpetuate the confusion and keep the truth away from both beasts and Syrian lords alike. Where once all beasts and Syrian subjects were forced to praise the Syrian lords and ultimately give greater honor to the Aryan queens, Lord Ra, with the approval of the SSATA rebel queens, began to systematically remove all traces of a mother goddess presence. Henceforth, the omnipotent one was a male, the sun god Ra himself. Males would dominate every aspect of life. It was time for females to relinquish their exalted place of power. The Shaddai lizards, with their cousin Henta lizards, were originally recognized for their uncanny abilities with stone-cutting equipment. Using their sound cutters and heat beams with incredible accuracy, the lizards, with robot-like precision, could produce stone structures that needed no mortar or binding agent to keep them together. These creatures, Shaddai and Henta lizard hybrids, crucial to the administration of Lord Sun God Ra's empire, were the original stonemasons. Note: the Egyptian glyph for mason is hun-o. Hun is the root word meaning lizard. Hun-o is literally one who is of the lizards. End of note. The sun god Ra had become the one and only king. But the king was concerned with lizards. They had become too powerful. No aspect of the empire was untouched by their hand. No position of administration was devoid of a Shaddai Henta presence. With care and secrecy, the sun god Ra attempted to shift the wealth and power away from the lizard controllers, but to no avail. It was too late. The Shaddai, Henta, and Sata rebels seized the empire. With no battles, with no weapon fire, they simply shut everything off. The sun god could not communicate with anyone. The sun god could not issue orders. The sun god could not rule. The sun god was undone. With little recourse, the once and only king fled in his starship back to the heavens. The Shaddai lizards changed nothing. The empire continued functioning as it had before. Though the subjects of Eridu had been programmed to forget their history, the acceptance of one omnipotent God would not be altered. It served quite well the needs of the lizards. They assumed the role of the Lord of the Word and Lil. They took over the role of the Lord of Creation, Prince Ea, and they set up all institutions which would govern man, his life, and his destiny. The sun god was gone. The lizard kings were in charge. Mystery schools were closed by Thutmose, remaining open only to a select few. Only the stonemason offspring could participate. In every corner of the realm, the masons would control the secrets and hidden knowledge of the universe. Syrian descendants of the original Nibiru lords became a target for the new empire. Their wealth and power, inherent birthrights, begin to be stripped away. They are viewed as potential threats to the state. The Ibiru, Hebrew, are treated as undesirables and are enslaved by the empire's new order. The stage for exodus is set. Moses, an Hebrew child, is set adrift in a river. An attendant to the princess, daughter of the pharaoh, finds the child floating in the reeds. She rescues him and takes to the princess. The royal maiden takes him to her chambers and raises him as her own. Grown and a young man, Moses has an opportunity to study in the mystery schools. He learns the ways of the Masons, but is taught to believe in one God. In time, Moses discovers his true identity. Feeling that he is betrayed, he strikes out at a guard who has threatened an Hebrew slave. The guard dies. Moses becomes a cast-out. In the desert mountains, he encounters a small ship. Its bright lights are blinding. The crew is composed of Syrians who seek revenge on the lizards. The commander speaks to an awestruck Moses. He promises Moses the Lord of the Word is willing to support him if he moves against the Pharaoh. The commander and crew seek to free the trapped Hebrew descendants from their oppressors. Moses returns to the palace, scared but convinced that a powerful God is behind him. The crew of the Syrian ship and a small backup squadron descend on the palace and its armed guards. They create a series of distractions while Moses is gathering the Hebrew people together. Death rains down from the sky on the Pharaoh's people as the Hebrew flee with Moses in the lead. The Syrian ships move quickly and decisively. They vowed to give their descendants a chance to escape. As the Pharaoh's armies give chase, the Syrian ships attack with destructive laser lights. With one final effort, the starships part the waters of the sea, which blocks the exodus. When the Hebrew have passed, the waters of the sea are allowed to cascade back on the pursuers. The story of the parting of the waters is true. The Hebrew escape because of extraterrestrial assistance. The Syrians leave, their task accomplished. The lizards are unconcerned with the effort, they are still in control. Moses continues to be contacted by the Syrian commander. He is told about the Lord of the Word and the evil beings in control of the empire. Moses instructs the Hebrew to cast the bronze statue of a serpent, the galactic symbol of knowledge and wisdom. It is called Nehushtan. It is a sign to the Syrian king and the Orion queens that the Hebrew remain loyal to the true Lord of the Word. The Hebrew patriarch is summoned to the mountaintop, there to receive once again the commands issued by Prince Enlil. Moses is given 2 flat crystals, each with a library of the history of Earth. Moses brings the crystals down and orders his followers to create a gilded box to house the crystals. When placed in the ark, the 2 crystals become active and become a communication device. 2 handlers come too close and touch the ark when it's powering up. They short-circuit the box and destroy the crystals. The commander cannot afford additional crystals. Moses, feeling responsible, punishes himself, vowing not to proceed into the promised land when the Hebrew arrive. His followers believe God has punished Moses for his killing of the guard. The Exodus has caused the new empire to search out ships from Sirius or Orion. The commander and his squadron are in jeopardy and are forced to leave. Without communication and support, Moses and the Hebrew wander through the desert lands, trying to avoid detection and seeking shelter. A parched, arid land is found where the tribes decide to settle. The lizards believe the Hebrew are not worth pursuit. They leave them to die in the desert. The Hebrew descendants, tired and hungry, carve out a niche where they will hang on. A group of Aryan MG warriors who abandoned the queens and power in the Orion stars to join the Syrian forces leave the new empire to form a colony of their own in the mountain regions of what is now India. Though once Syrian loyalists, they are known as the Aryans. Light-skinned and possessed of a warrior's blood, they move south towards the plateau. Well-schooled in Syrian secrets, they establish mystery schools of their own. Promising not to challenge or undermine the new empire, they agreed to share their knowledge and secrets with the Mason initiates of the Egyptian empire. In secret, their loyalty remained with the Syrians. The Syrian star beings are known as Asaru, Sirius, those of. The Aryan religion praises the heavenly beings called Ashura. Faithful to the ways of the Syrians, they establish what has come to be known as the caste system, a way in which power is centered in the high priesthood and the elite. The warrior class wields power second only to the elite. The administrators follow, with the beastly undesirables at the bottom of the hierarchy. Obedience is stressed. Faithful execution of one's duties will be rewarded in the future lives. A search for spiritual enlightenment is discouraged. Only service to the gods is the way to heaven. A replica of Syrian ways, Hinduism is born. Though confused and misdirected, the Aryan religion uses the symbol of the combined empires of Sirius and Orion as an emblem of its own. When the Aryan queens and the conqueror kings of Sirius joined in alliance, they adopted the sign of a swirling star galaxy as their mark. The four-armed galaxy mark was called SSS Dak-O, SSS Dak-Of, swastika. The lizard administrators watched with wary eyes, but did not interfere with the Aryans' effort to establish themselves in Eridu. Additional religions in Eridu did not concern the reptiles. Confusion worked to their advantage. Cut off from heavenly support, no Eridu faction was a threat. The lizards were in control. Syrian dark warriors who had once stood proudly beside an all-powerful sun god Ra were known as the Ra'im, Ra at the side of. Powerful and courageous, their memories removed, they leave Egypt to settle in lands on the northern shore of what is now the Mediterranean. Called Dakans, heavenly Dak, or Drakans, they become known as Etruscans. They established the land that will be called Italy. The Ra'im begin to build their own empire. Distant, long-lost memories of two brothers, Prince Ea and Prince Enlil, both raised in the Sirius ways, and the co-founders of Eridu, linger in the minds of the Ra'im. The dim memories of these princes is the foundation of the Ra'im Roman tale of Remus and Romulus. The legendary co-founders of Rome, Remus and Romulus, are said to have been suckled and raised by a she-wolf. My own note, this is the tale that is almost exactly the same as the one we have about the founding of Lithuania. The Ra'im leaders build a strong empire and begin to war with the Egyptians. The lizards are unconcerned. They have control and do not prevent Roman expansion. They manipulate the leadership of the Ra'im government through mind control. Confusion works well for the purposes of the lizards. Rome is firmly established as an empire. Yesu. The SSS-Im, Essenes, are schooled in the Aryan mysteries. They keep to themselves in the desert lands of the ancient Middle East. The initiates believe one of their own can ascend to the throne of earth. But the anointed one must be descended of the Lord of the Word, Syrian, and must be joined with a descendant of the mother goddess, Orion. The SSS-Im inner circle begins its search for a possible candidate. The future king must be an initiate, schooled in the mysteries, and one of them. A second group of initiates schooled in mysteries of the Syrians secretly align themselves with Asar, Sirius. They are the and Nasarim of heavenly Sirius, or Nazarenes. The Nasarim and Hebrew initiates vie with each other for power. A baby is born in the ancient Middle East. He is born of the Syrian line through the house of David. Orion initiates feel he, along with several others, are potential candidates for the kingship of Earth. The Orion Magi, MG, come to pay their respects and to plant the seed of his possible future. As a youngster, Joshua lives a normal life, but upon his coming of age, he is sent to the Eastern mystery schools, there to receive his schooling. Joshua learns what the king must know and what he must do. He is taught that he is also the Son of God, the one and only God. He is being groomed for the priesthood and a position of power. The mystery schools continue to perpetuate the myth of one God, that reward comes upon death. Salvation is based upon service to the church, sacrifice of self, and unwavering faith. The foundation of the lizard empire is based upon an unquestioning obedience and lack of challenge to God, for in fact, the lizards have assumed the place and guise of God. Joshua becomes an initiate but finds himself questioning that which he has been taught. Something is not quite right, and a feeling that there is more than what he is being told haunts him. Vague memories race through his mind. Feelings, thoughts of blasphemy and sacrilegious topics flood his very being. He seeks the solace of the desert. Perhaps there the uneasiness will abate. He feels he must cleanse his soul. The desert is lonely at night. Joshua is nervous. When the shadowy figure approached him, he was ready to flee. An unfamiliar recognition soothed his concerns. The stranger in night was an Easu, one of the few remaining teachers of the secrets of Prince Ea. As teacher sat down next to him, Joshua could sense his life was about to change. For the next hours, the dark stranger began to speak of the mysteries. Joshua was somewhat relieved. He too was an initiate. But as the hours passed by, the stranger added pieces to the puzzle that Joshua had not heard before. Joshua felt an urgent hunger to hear more. The stranger continued. As the hours turned into days, the days turned into weeks. When the time came, the teacher stood up. Joshua was in a state of acceleration and anticipation, and as quickly as he had appeared, the stranger silently walked away. Joshua, his world turned upside down, sat down and wept. The words of the stranger were true. He knew that. He cried because a world that was unaware, asleep to the truth, was before him. Joshua had been blessed and cursed. Knowledge unused is knowledge wasted. Joshua had been placed in a situation not of his choosing, at least not in this world. He would have to move, have to act, or be guilty of the crime of inaction and aiding the oppressors of mankind. The Easu would come to him again. Joshua knew that. But any actions taken would have to come from Joshua himself. A time would come when he would have to act. For now, he would have to make plans. It would take years, he thought, but it would be worth the wait. Joshua was, after all, a chosen one, was he not? He had wondered why the name had been selected. Now he knew. He was Yesu. He was Easu too. Yesu had heard that there was another anointed one not far away in the desert. Yesu could sympathize. It was not a great surprise when he discovered that the other one was also of the same bloodline as he was. It was with some dismay, however, that he found out that the other one was elder to Yesu, thus requiring Yesu to step aside. But fate was with Yesu, for though John the Baptist took priority because of his age, John's reputation would bring a quick end to his existence. On hearing of the beheading of his cousin John, Yesu continued to plan his future. It had been fortunate that John had baptized him. Others would find it much easier to accept his role as a man of the cloth. To become a rabbi, he would have to be married. That was the tradition and law. But to fulfill the prophecies, those requirements for the Anointed One demanded that he be wed to a descendant of the Mother Goddess herself. To that end, Yesu found and took to his side Mary Magdalene. They were wed, and she bore children. Yesu had become full-fledged rabbi, with all appropriate rights and responsibilities. He was both an initiate and an honored rabbi. The early requirements of the prophecies had been fulfilled. It was now time to begin the final stages. Yesu knew he would need public support. Caiaphas, head priest of the temple, and even Pontius Pilate would find it difficult to attack a man who had the people's sympathy. It would be even worse if he was a holy man. Yesu moved through the countryside, acting as counselor, healer, and people's advocate. The masses loved him and his gentle ways, but in secret he attacked the Roman guard and stripped them of their weapons. As time passed, he gathered a small group of followers. Though donations were coming in to support his cause, the funds were too small to support an increasing band. It was with some trepidation that he moved to attack the money changers' stables in the marketplace. The plan was simple. Yesu himself would create the distraction. His followers would take the money from the money lenders. Yesu strode purposefully into the marketplace. Everyone felt that the money changers were practicing licensed thievery, but with the sanction of the temple, the money changers could do as they wished. Assured that the public would give him support, Yesu began to overturn the tables of money. As the people cheered him on, his followers grabbed up the coin that they could, then scattered in all directions when Roman guards appeared. As Yesu had expected, the public supported his action with great favor. The temple's Sanhedrin, however, saw him as an outlaw that needed to be disposed of. The plan had been flawless, but the actual execution had resulted in an unexpected outcome. The eldest son of Yesu, in his excitement, had not noticed the guard's arrival. The result was that he had been captured. Yesu was worried. The head priest could put his son to death. His plans were most assuredly dangerous. He had been ready to give up his life, if necessary. But to lose his son would be too much. Yesu's death would not prevent his son claiming the throne, but the death of his eldest son would mean the throne would be lost, gone forever, to everyone in his family. And so Yesu planned to free his son. The Sanhedrin had long been searching for him. Yesu would give them the chance to find him. He called for his most trusted disciple Judas and bade him go to Caiaphas, high priest of the temple, and pretend to betray Yesu. Reluctantly, Judas did so, playing his role to his best. The temple guard arrested Yesu, taking him to Pontius Pilate for execution. But Pilate wished no part of the politics of the Jews. He had been biding his time until he could return to Rome. Any trouble in his outpost would reflect badly on Pilate, and so he rejected any part of the Sanhedrin's plot to kill Yesu. Caiaphas would not be denied. He descended on Herod and demanded the death of the upstart. But Herod did not want a problem with the Romans. If Pilate would have nothing to do with the execution, he too would not bow to the demands of a boisterous Sanhedrin. Turned away again, Caiaphas returns to Pilate. He threatens a revolt of the entire territory should the execution of Jesus denied him again. But Pilate believes he can outwit Caiaphas. He fabricates an offer of clemency because of a vague holiday. He offers for free any prisoner, anyone the mob chooses. He assumes that they will choose Jesus, a rabble king. Jesus' followers immediately call for Barabbas, surprising Pilate. Barabbas is the first son of Jesus, Bar Rabbi, son of the rabbi. Caiaphas' mob also takes up the chant for Barabbas. The death of Jesus is their goal. The prisoner is freed, Jesus' son is safe. But the mob is not satisfied. They are paid to call for the execution of Jesus. Reluctantly, Pilate agrees to whip Jesus to appease the thirsty cries for blood. Pilate whips Jesus, his followers weep. The sight of his blood feeds the frenzy. The riots promised by Caiaphas are about to explode before Pilate. He begs Jesus to recant his claim to kingship of the Jews. Jesus will not. The original plan had been to have Jesus hanged on the cross for crimes to the Roman state. Heresy would suffice if the punishment was the same. While studying in the Far East, Jesus had learned of many medicinal herbs. With the help of Joseph of Arimathea, Jesus had a plan to beat death on the cross. A little-known herb, when ingested, would cause the drinker to lapse into a faint similar to death. This would be the secret that would allow him to become resurrected as only a god could. Jesus is taken to the hillside and crucified. Joseph has bribed the guards. Traditionally, the criminal has his legs broken so that he could not support his weight. This is not done to Jesus. On a given cue, one of the bribed guards places a sponge into the prepared concoction. The sponge is put on the end of his lance and is extended to Jesus to drink. Those nearby believe it to be water, but it smells strangely of vinegar. Jesus drinks greedily. Within moments, his head falls. He is unconscious. Everyone believes him dead. A guard who has not been bribed tests to see if Jesus is alive by thrusting his lance in his side. As the spear pierces the side of Jesus, blood flows freely. His still beating heart causes an outpouring of blood. Jesus is still alive. To the horror of Joseph and the disciples, he has been stabbed. Quickly, Joseph comes forward to claim the body from the guards, claiming Jesus is dead. But Hebrew tradition forbade anyone to touch a dead body, even loved ones. Joseph knows Jesus is alive. No tradition or law is violated. But Jesus is wounded. It is vital that they move him to a cave where they can treat him in secret. They move the body to a cave in a garden that belongs to Joseph. A boulder is moved to cover the entrance. A hidden doctor waits to tend to Jesus. He is alive, but the wound has seriously injured him. He must be moved to a safer location where he can heal. Under the cover of darkness, Jesus is moved. The cave is found empty the next morning. Jesus is gone. The legend of a resurrected Son of God is about to be born. Convinced the rabbi is safe, Joseph moves to protect the family of Jesus. Preparations had already been made to whisk Mary and the children away in a hired boat. As the boat and its cargo departs, Jesus is told they are on their way. They will be safe. Joseph makes his way to the southern shores of what will become known as France. Followers come with the family. The Jews establish a colony. Jesus had wanted to claim the throne of earth for mankind and its children. He had intended to discard the system, to awaken mankind to the lizards. Time had worked against him. Yesu died in the Far East. His wife and children were well. The blood of Yesu survived. The lizards were still unconcerned. The omnipotent God concept is unchallenged. The manipulation of minds and the reprogramming continued. Nothing had changed. 250 AD. Followers of Yesu are declared enemies of the temple and the Hebrew faith. The Hebrew, Ibr, persecuted the Christians, NZR. Rome is persuaded the Christians are enemies of the state as well. Followers of Yesu are hunted down. The disciple Paul, not well accepted by other disciples, uses his connections in Rome to spare himself. He survives a purge that others do not. He manipulates the teachings and words of Yesu for his own political purposes. His writings and interpretations form the foundation of the early church. 325 AD. 300 years later, Constantine believes that the Hebrew prophecies of a heavenly Messiah are not fulfilled by Yesu. Even the Jews do not accept him as the deliverer. In his eyes, he, Constantine, is much closer to being the true Messiah than Yesu ever was. With his armies, he had seized all the lands of influence and power. Only one power eluded him, the throne of earth. He turns to Christianity, hoping that the church will declare him the true Savior Messiah. He convenes the Council of Nicaea. Its task is to gather together all the stories of the prophesied Hebrew Messiah. Constantine believes the collection will support his contention that he should be the king of earth. Though the church becomes extremely powerful with his endorsement, the declaration that he is the Messiah is not forthcoming. Elevating Constantine to the status of the Son of God would force relinquishment of newly acquired power, something the church is not ready to do. Yesu is dead. The church is his agent. The church is unaware descendants of Yesu are alive. 525 AD. Muhammad, MKMT, is visited as he sleeps. A heavenly being enters his dreams and reveals a plan for a new faith. An Orion MK faction has managed to sneak into Eridu. Their target is a man who could potentially seize the throne. The religion of Islam is born. It means surrender. Islam is demanding. Total surrender to God is mandatory. Muhammad organizes the Muslims into a military power. They move into and conquer the Holy Lands. 1000 AD. The message of the maverick Yesu is twisted. Christianity under Constantine becomes a political power, supporting the very systems that Yesu had tried to undo. Offspring of Yesu return to the Holy Land. It is their intent to declare their descendancy and claim the place that is truly theirs. The Christian church is horrified. Should the offspring prove their lineage, all the power and riches of the church would have to be relinquished. They launch a hunt for the sangre real, blood royal, the royal blood of Yesu. Crusaders misinterpret the words. They believe they search for the Sangraal, a holy container of the blood of Christ. The First Crusade is an attempt to hunt down the church's greatest threat, Yesu's children. It is claimed that the Crusades are launched to seize back holy lands taken away by the Muslims. The Knights Templar are gathered together to protect the family of Yesu. They distinguish themselves and gain wealth and power, all the while keeping their secret. When forced to kiss the crucifix in later times, they refuse. They spit on the cross and trample it underfoot. They knew the church was based on falsehood. The children of Yesu are alive. The church is not the true voice of God. The assassins SSSN, Orion Lords of, are a secret society that used drugs to induce hypnotic states. Manipulation of the mind is the cornerstone of their cult. Led by a man who had been contacted by an Orion reptilian soldier, the assassin cult proves to be a powerful force in the wars against the Crusaders. An Orion faction hidden on Eridu is trying to protect the children of Yesu. The blood of queens runs in their veins. The Lizard Empire is still unconcerned. Wars and political confusion works to their advantage. The omnipotent one God concept remains unchallenged. Their hold on the world is strong. No one knows they play the role of God. Germanic power is centralized in Hesse, SSS, one of the most powerful states in Germany. Charlemagne establishes a secret society called Rosicrucians. They are an order of the Brotherhood of the Snake, and later become known as the Order of the Illuminati, the Enlightened Ones. The Church is convinced the threat of the descendants of Yesu has been eliminated. Pope Innocent IV centralizes the power of the papacy in the capital city of Rome. Numerous penetrations of Eridu by Syrian and Aryan crews worries the lizards. Several secret societies have formed under the influence of these crews. The lizards begin hunts for the underground crews. Though the One God institution is still strong, too many new enlightened ones begin to be apparent. The lizards cannot take a chance that the truth leaks out. The hunt and inquisition are simultaneous. Sky and earth are scorched. Battles in the skies are seen over Europe. Destroyed in the skies, ships break apart. Chemicals and alien bacteria rain down from the sky. The Black Plague breaks out. Large numbers of UFO sightings accompany later outbreaks of plague in all areas of Europe and Asia. The lizard hunt continues for hundreds of years. Battles result in the destruction of the Orion and Syrian crews that have tried to work behind the scenes to break the lizard new empire. Fallout from the war infects the human populations with Black Plague. Over 100 million die in the 400 years of lizard retaliation. History cannot explain the sporadic and strange sudden appearances and disappearances of the plague. 1350 AD. The Christian Church blames the Jews, Ibru, for the outbreaks of the Black Plague. They are expelled from Europe. When once the Hebrew Ibr persecuted the Christians NZR, now the Christians NZR persecuted the Hebrew Ibr. 1500 AD. The Medici family is given the power to collect dues and fees for the Church of Rome under Pope John XXIII. They are fast becoming the most prominent bankers in Europe. The Bank of Amsterdam is formed. It is the first bank that institutes the science of money, issuing notes against assets held, oftentimes more notes than asset value. The Glorious Revolution puts William III of Orange of the German House of Orange-Nassau on the throne of England. William III is a Freemason. The German house manufactures a war against England, then rents hired soldiers to England to fight in them. This is repeated several times. The English treasury is looted. The Bank of England is formed under a plan created by a Scotsman, William Patterson, a Mason. The Bank of France is formed under the plan created by another Scotsman, John Law. He too is a Mason. The lizards intend to solidify their hold on the wealth of the planet. Syrian and Aryan crews that sneak in cannot be allowed to possibly undermine their power base. Banking must be centralized. 1700 AD. Ragtag, frustrated Europeans flee to the New World in a deliberate attempt to leave behind the system that persecutes them and empties their coffers. The lizards see an opportunity to exploit new lands. In 1694, Rosicrucian leaders create a colony in Pennsylvania in the New World. In 1730, Daniel Cox is appointed Grand Master of Lodges in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. In 1733, Henry Prince becomes Grand Master of the Boston Lodge in Massachusetts. In 1752, George Washington is initiated into Freemasonry at the age of 20. Freemasons in the Revolutionary War include George Washington, Benjamin Franklin since 1731, Alexander Hamilton, Patrick Henry, Henry Knox, James Madison, and Grand Masters, Paul Revere, James Clinton, and John Hancock. Both George Washington and Benjamin Franklin were also masters. Of 14,000 officers in the Continental Army, nearly 2,100 were Freemasons. Baron von Steuben, a German soldier who disciplined and trained Washington's troops, is a Freemason. Le Marquis de Lafayette, a skilled military man who sailed to America to aid the revolutionaries, is a Freemason. Frederick of Prussia, an ardent supporter of the colonists, was a Freemason. The Boston Tea Party is led by members of the St. Andrew Masonic Lodge on December the 6th, 1773. The Masons have a firm hold on the New World. The dollar bill is designed by William Barton. The all-seeing eye is a Freemason symbol. It perpetuates the myth of the omnipotent God. Novus Ordo Secolorum is written in the banner at the bottom. It means beginning of a new order of ages, the New World Order. It is a direct reference to the Empire of the Lizards. An innocent-looking pyramid represents the birthplace of the Masonic guilds. It is the symbol of the original stonecutters. The eagle on the back of the bill was originally a phoenix, a creature which has risen from the ashes. It too refers to the rise of a new empire from the burning away of the old. The phoenix is not replaced until 1841. The Bank of the United States is chartered by Alexander Hamilton in 1791. He is a Freemason. In 1863, the bank will become the Federal Reserve Bank. Presidents who have been or are Freemasons include George Washington, James A. Madison, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, James Polk, James Buchanan, Andrew Johnson, W.M. McKinley, James Garfield, Teddy Roosevelt, Howard Taft Warren Harding, Franklin Roosevelt, Harry S. Truman, and Gerald Ford. J. Edgar Hoover was also a Freemason. King George I of England was a Hanover, a German house, who did not speak English. He believed his throne was but a temporary position until he could return to a seat of power in Germany. While he sat on the throne of England, his mind and focus continued to be on German business affairs. From 1700 until 1901, a royal of the House of Hanover sat on the throne of England every year. The House of Windsor of Queen Elizabeth is descended from the House of Hanover. It is the practice of the secret societies guided by an unseen lizard hand to create wars and provide both sides an army for hire and or an arsenal. War is profit. 1800 AD. In 1836, the League of the Just is another one of the secret societies begun by a Mason. It is the first society that Karl Marx joins. He is directed and guided towards the concept of a one world order, a euphemism for a totalitarian rule by the lizards. While he is a member of the League, he writes the Communist Manifesto. The League of the Just becomes the Communist League. Communism declares that everyone is equal, that no one owns anything, that everyone shares equally from a community pool of goods, but that the first step to this ideal state must be a political dictatorship. This is justification for a total control by the Lizard Empire. The Round Table, a secret society patterned after Freemasonry, was established by Cecil Rhodes, a diamond and gold mining magnate. Rhodes scholarships are named for him. His altruistic ideas for assisting the masses are changed by his cronies on the Round Table to become methods by which masses can be manipulated. The Round Table becomes a central gathering for powerful organizations such as the Carnegie United Kingdom Trust, numerous J.P. Morgan associations, virtually all Rockefeller organizations, etc. In the United States, a newly formed Council on Foreign Relations becomes the working front for the Round Table. 1900 AD. Houston Stewart Chamberlain writes The Foundation of the 19th Century, a work suggesting that Germany is easily the best nation suited to bring about manifestation of a new order in Europe. Emperor Wilhelm Kaiser of Germany endorses the work. His efforts to establish Aryan supremacy begin. The manipulation of the secret societies continues by an unseen lizard hand. An assassin from the Black Hand Society of Central Europe murders Austrian Archduke Ferdinand. The incident sparks the beginning of World War I. Jacob Schiff, an American citizen linked to the powerful German houses and the Rothschild family, finances the effort known as the Bolshevik Revolution. Lenin is given his start on the world stage. It is 1917. After the revolution, the secret police in Russia are in virtual total political control. It later becomes the KGB. The 5-year plan is instituted in Russia. Labor camps provide cheap labor for the masters. Land and property is collectivized. 35 to 40 million people die in the labor camps from 1917 to 1950. The takeover attempt. The reptilian queens of Orion had become impatient. The SSST Council is ordered to dispatch an elite team of psych warriors to Eridu to attempt a takeover. Their task is not easy. They must locate a human being with powerful connections that can be mind manipulated into a takeover attempt against the rebel Lizard Empire. The Orion team arrives. It utilizes hidden caverns once used by their ancestors as its base of operations. The search for the right candidate must begin immediately. In his early 20s, Adolf Hitler was a devastatingly poor young man. He uses drugs to achieve higher levels of consciousness. Ernest Preche, a mystic bookstore owner, is described as toad-looking. He is a lizard hybrid. He introduces Hitler to German mysticism and Herr von Liszt, one of occultism's most vocal of advocates. He also believes an Aryan race of super beings resides hidden deep in the bowels of Earth. It is they who guide man. Adolf Hitler enlists in World War I and earns the Iron Cross First Class as a corporal. He is injured by mustard gas and is hospitalized. While there, he is treated for the symptoms of psychopathic hysteria. His doctor, W.M. Forster, uses induced visions to relieve Hitler's blindness. Hitler is released cured of hysterical blindness, but is convinced that he is the Messiah. He also believes that the Aryans of Germany are destined to become the master race of mankind. The Orion psych warriors have found their candidate. Hitler begins espionage duties in Munich. He earns his position in the political department of the Army District Command. He assassinates German officials who surrender during World War I, an act he considers to be a betrayal of the German people. The elite members of the Army District Command are members of the Thule Society, a group that is supported by the German High Command. The Thule Society is recognized as a society of assassins. In 1920, Hitler declares the formation of the infamous Nazi Party at a rally in Munich. Rudolf Hess is appointed Minister of Propaganda. Heinrich Himmler is appointed head of the Gestapo. Hitler and his henchmen feel that somehow the secret police, the most powerful arm of the Third Reich, would best be called the SS, the Aryan SS. The Psych team smiles. The SS is a secret society comprised of members that must be initiated. It is called the Schutzstaffel. Only pure Aryan soldiers are permitted to join. Hitler is proclaimed the German Messiah of prophecy by Stuart Chamberlain, the same man who influenced the Kaiser to begin the Aryan supremacy goals years earlier. IG Farben, a giant German chemical company, enters into a business relationship with the SS, providing the gas and chemicals for the extermination camps begun by Himmler. Also working with IG Farben as business partners with the Third Reich after war was declared were ITT and General Electric. Both ITT and GE continue to provide electricity, communication systems, and necessary materials to the German state. Ford Motor Companies in Germany continue to produce vehicles for Adolf Hitler. On the IG Farben board of directors are Max and Paul Warburg, both heads of banks in Germany and instrumental in the beginning of the Federal Reserve Bank in the US. H.A. Metz, director of the Manhattan Bank, a Warburg Bank later to become the Chase Manhattan Bank and Rockefeller Link. The director of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and of the National City Bank, C.E. Mitchell. And Montague Norman, the director of the Bank of England itself. Prince Bernhard, another member of the House of Orange, is a member of the SS and an employee of the IG Farben Company. After the war, he becomes chairman of the board of Shell Oil. The prince will later form the Bilderbergers and chairs the meetings until 1970. The Orion Psych team has put together a movement formed of some of the most powerful people and entities on Earth. The Third Reich appears headed for successful takeover of the entire world. The Psych team have successfully worried the lizards. Hitler relies heavily on the secret ones to guide him in his movements. They have protected him more than once, rescuing him from certain death. But during the course of the war, Hitler constantly uses cocaine, morphine, strychnine, painkillers and sedatives. As the war progresses, he increases his drug use to relieve the stress. Though he is still guided by the secret ones, the drugs make him think he can accept or reject their advice as he pleases. The Psych team is worried Hitler will destroy their war plans for a takeover. Footnote: Hitler, Göring, Hess, and Himmler are all members of a secret society. FDR and his successor Harry S. Truman are both Freemasons. Japanese military leaders are members of the Black Dragon Society. World War II pits members of the world's most powerful secret societies against each other. End of footnote. The attempted takeover. The confidence of the lizards is shaken. The takeover attempt is dangerously close to success. It becomes clear they must use their most powerful weapon to end the threat. The war is going badly for Europe. Though the American leadership has given support, it is not enough. It is very clear that people of the United States do not want to enter the war. It is necessary to find a reason that will create a strong desire in the people to join the war. The president and his military advisors are aware of an attack planned on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese. Instead of warning the Hawaiian naval forces, they decide to withhold the information. An attack on Pearl Harbor could justify a declaration of war that would be strongly supported by the American public. Early morning, December 7, 1941, the Japanese attacked the naval base at Pearl Harbor. The president and his advisors underestimate the strength of the Japanese forces. The base is virtually destroyed. The devastation leaves the western coast of the United States nearly defenseless. Nothing can stop the Japanese if they choose to move on to California. The lizards are able to break through the Orion Psych team's defenses. They're able to penetrate into the mind of Admiral Yamamoto and instruct him to turn around. Admiral Yamamoto inexplicably turns his fleet around. His advisors try to persuade him to continue his attack and seize the Hawaiian lands. He refuses to do so. No one understands. He is said to be acting confused and very dazed. He is also said to have uttered the following: "I'm afraid we have awakened a sleeping giant." Unknowingly, he has correctly assessed the situation as it existed. The Lizard Empire had never believed it would be threatened. Its hold had been total and complete. A war of takeover was considered inconceivable. The empire had, in fact, been awakened from its slumber. The tragedy of the Day of Infamy persuaded the people of the United States to join the war. They feel betrayed, they eagerly seek revenge. The largest and richest country in the world is mobilized for war. The president sanctions the start of 2 secret weapon projects. The first one with solid results will be chosen for full development and completion. The Manhattan Project, led by Robert Oppenheimer, was begun in earnest in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Its purpose is to develop a super bomb for use against the Japanese, the Italians, and the Nazis. The Philadelphia experiment, led initially by Nikola Tesla, begins to research a hyperdimensional generator, a device which will permit warships to travel through space and time. The cover story claims that the project seeks to develop radar invisibility for naval ships. The Orion Psych team is being undermined by Hitler himself. Drugs cloud his judgment. He has begun to make wrong decisions, believing he is infallible. The Orion team must make a choice: eliminate Hitler and replace him, or attempt to close down one of the secret weapon projects in the US. One of the projects is dangerous. It could cause chaos and destruction that would extend far beyond the limits of the solar system. Hitler is too far gone. The attempt to take over is lost because of his drug use. The Psych team must leave, but it is decided to terminate the project, which is dangerous. The Mafia approaches the United States government. They offer assistance in Sicily and Italy in exchange for Lucky Luciano's release. The bargain is struck. Luciano is given his freedom. The Mafia slows down movement of supplies on the docks in Italy. Mussolini is delayed. Patton's move on Sicily is aided by the Mafia. They provide fuel and tires, attack behind the lines, and pass on vital information. The United States and the Mafia are allies. Reinhard Gehlen, head of SS intelligence, approaches the head of the OSS, Office Secret Services, Alan Dulles. He has established an entire spy network in Russia. If Dulles will offer his Gestapo amnesty, Gehlen and his Empire group will work for the Americans against the Russians. Everyone distrusts the Soviet Union. Gehlen's offer is accepted. The United States and the Gestapo are allies. The OSS launches Operation Paperclip. Gestapo agents and scientists are taken out of Germany via the Vatican. The United States and the Vatican are allies. In 1945, the OSS, later to become the CIA, the Mafia, the SS, Gestapo, and the Vatican are all allies. The psych team can do no more. They depart. On April 30, 1945, Hitler commits suicide. The takeover attempt is over. The Trilateral Treaty. The lizards have retained control of the empire. Their utilization of the United States military forces and wealth has succeeded. But the takeover attempt by the Orion team had come perilously close to undoing the empire. The seizure of Eridu by the new empire lizards had been totally illegal. Full rights of development had been awarded to the Syrian kings when the solar system was born. But Eridu had been seized from the Syrians by Marduk, and the lizards had seized it from Marduk. Galactic law stated that the development of any race of peoples could not be interfered with in any way, unless the beings themselves specifically invite other beings to fully participate in their business or evolvement. The residents of Eridu were originally of Syrian blood. The seizure of the solar system by the Orion lizards was an illegal act. Thus, to remain in Eridu, to have a legal and proper presence in the system required an invitation by the major portion of the populace of Earth. Without the appropriate invitation, the Galactic Court could find the Lizard Empire illegally present in the solar system and dispatch a guardian force to forcibly terminate their presence. If an invitation from the major populace or its representative was extended, the lizards could stay. Even the Syrian king would have to relinquish any previous development rights. A treaty inviting the lizards to stay was necessary. A new reprogramming effort begins. It will be crucial that the numbers of humans in the know be reduced to near zero. There must be no traceable evidence of manipulation, tampering, or influencing of the human race for the scenario that is planned to succeed. The stage is set. It begins. On February 20, 1954, President Dwight David Eisenhower was in Palm Springs. He is scheduled to hold a press conference but cancels it at the last minute. His press secretary advises the media that he has a toothache and cannot appear. In reality, he was whisked away to Muroc Air Force Base, later known as Andrews. On the runways of the airbase, along with his military advisors and a select few civilians, the president watched as a detail of several extraterrestrial ships approached. For the next few moments, the saucer-like discs performed a series of maneuvers that both stunned and surprised each of the onlookers. With a final demonstration of invisibility and space skipping, the ship suddenly came to a halt. As the president's contingency continued to watch, from seemingly nowhere, a door opened in the closest disk and an intimidating figure moved forward. The gray being is nearly 6 feet tall. His head is an oddity. It's very large and possesses 2 large black eyes that dominate his face. His nose is large, his mouth, ears, and chin disproportionately small. As he moves forward, he reaches into a small box on his chest. He removes something from the box and with a simple gesture begins to communicate with the president's party. The being identifies himself as KRLL, an emissary from another planet. KRLL advises the president that his people have been watching Earth for quite some time. Though their race cannot comprehend our animalistic behavior, they are nonetheless impressed with human beings. KRLL explains to the president that they are impressed, astounded with the genetic makeup of humans. Humans are hardy and surprisingly adaptable. In addition, they are an extraordinary species capable of living and breathing in an atmosphere composed primarily of nitrogen, a poisonous gas. KRLL has been instructed by his people to come to Earth and examine human beings, returning with samples of genetic cellular material. In exchange, he is authorized to offer flying disc technology and disintegration light weaponry to the leadership of Earth. It is their hope to identify and isolate the genetic cellular materials which may help their own race become stronger. KRLL continues explaining that they come from a dying world and hope to integrate both our genetic materials and theirs to create a hybrid race which will allow them to endure. The president is horrified. It is inconceivable to him that he could permit human beings to be dissected for any reason. He immediately refuses the offer. The tall alien responds. He assures the president that no harm will come to any human being examined. All individuals selected will undergo electronic nerve disconnect. They will feel no pain. In addition, they will have their memories disconnected, thus preventing any trauma to their psyche. As a further precaution, they will be implanted with screen memories, a technique which will mask any memories of the incident, creating the illusion that any memory that might resurface is just a dream. Individuals selected for examination will be taken only under the most discreet situations. The major populace will not be aware of the abductions. Those who are removed will be returned to the same location they were taken from. They will have no memory of the event, only missing time. The president is still unconvinced. Examination of any human being without their approval or knowledge seems to be a violation of their privacy and rights. He again refuses. His military advisors argue in favor of the treaty. Debate and forced quiet arguments continue. Finally, one general makes a point that decides the issue. If the aliens' offer is refused, how would mankind prevent the abductions from occurring anyway? The president can see no alternative. He asks for one additional consideration to be part of the agreement. A group of human medical advisors will take part in every examination. They will observe all clinical procedures and will be given unrestricted access to any and all aspects of the abduction process. They will report any violations to both humans and aliens. Any such violations will terminate the treaty. The alien agrees. The pact is known as the Trilateral Treaty. It has an unparalleled impact on the affairs of the globe. On behalf of the planet Earth, the President of the United States, undeniably the most powerful man in world affairs, has extended an invitation for the lizards, now known as the Greys, to participate in our world's development. The Lizard Empire is legally present on Earth. None of the principals in world government have memories of earlier arrangements. A handful become part of the hidden Shetai or Shetu government, the shadow government. The president requests the formation of an alien supervisory board. Some reports list its name as MJ-12, others assign it a different name. Its task is to monitor all the abductions and report back to the president. 2 underground bases are planned. The first will be a large facility for United States military to use to develop and become familiar with UFO technology and weaponry. This base is built below a gunnery range north of Las Vegas. It is variously called Area 51 and Dreamland. The second base is built utilizing the caverns under the Four Corners area near a small town called Dulce. It is to be used by aliens for the examination of their human abduction subjects. Humans and Greys work hand in hand. The Black Ops. Money is needed to finance the development of the newly acquired weaponry and UFO technology, the so-called Black Projects. The shadow government influences the president and those whose minds have been sanitized. They argue that the public must not be told of the alien contact. The panic that would ensue would be disastrous, particularly if they were to find out the aliens were uncontrollable. Funds for the Black Ops must not come from taxation. They must come from undetectable sources, and the amounts needed would be vast in quantity. The shadow government has no desire to see the black ops succeed, but it has no qualms in making a profit. The shadow government principle suggests turning to an ally of the United States in World War II, the mafia. Though a minor protest is made by some high officials, the mafia is once again the partner of Uncle Sam. The mobster lords are quick to suggest an arrangement in illegal drugs. The first phase of the operation concentrates on existing fields of poppy in Turkey. The mafia will be responsible for bringing the drugs to the waters outside the coastlines of the United States. The CIA will bring the illegal drugs into the country. The mafia finds a young Greek shipping magnate who will bring their contraband in his ships to American seas. This young man becomes a tycoon. He is Aristotle Onassis. The CIA utilizes the talents of an Irish bootlegger, a man who has mafia connections and is experienced in moving booty from small boats at sea to friendly longshoremen on the docks. From there, they are transported on trucks to all major cities. This man is Joseph P. Kennedy. The drugs begin to flow. Huge amounts of money is split up between the mafia and the CIA. Black Ops is funded. The shadow government holds the reins. Government officials now connected to the mafia can be blackmailed and easily controlled or eliminated. The drug operations are extremely lucrative, but Black Ops needs more money, and the shadow government simply is greedy and wants more money. The Golden Triangle of the Far East is targeted. The French have recently lost a high-cost war. Without their presence, planes can be flown into the fields of Cambodia and Vietnam. Drug smuggling begins. The success of the drug trade increases. Greater numbers of air flights is too difficult to hide. A cover is needed. The Gulf of Tonkin is contrived to provide a reason for war. War demands air flights into the distressed area. Drugs from the Far East, Cambodia, Vietnam, are brought in by Air America, a CIA front. The Vietnam War is a drug smuggling front. Body bags are packed with drugs. Soldiers are hooked so that a market will be existing for the payloads. Vietnam provides the product and the users. Black Ops funding increases. The shadow government is not satisfied. They want more profit. The official government continues to get in deeper and deeper. South America is a bounty of drugs. The previous phase, which used smugglers, is put into use again. The drug lords of Central and South America bring their cargoes to a small oil company in the Gulf of Mexico. Oil platforms, which had been sending nominal amounts of crude oil in barrels, nearly double the number of barrels they send into the US. Crude oil occupies only half of the barrels. Drugs are stored in the others. The most successful operation centers around a young oil company called Zapata Oil. Its young CEO makes a name for himself. The operation is so successful, the young man becomes intimate with the CIA. He is present in Dallas on November 22, 1963. He advises the FBI previous to the fateful day of a possible problem in the persona of Lee Harvey Oswald, who may be a potential threat to JFK. The CIA link becomes so strong that in time he is appointed to the directorship. The young CEO is named George Bush. George Bush is actually a second cousin to the Queen of England. Black Ops and Drug Ops have become one and the same. The Mafia and the CIA are indistinguishable. The United States government and the shadow government are enmeshed. They are the perpetrators of crimes against humanity, and we are the victims. JFK. Patriarch Joseph P. Kennedy proposes a deal to the CIA mafia powers. If they assist in the election of his eldest son to the office of the presidency, his son in return will obey the dictates of his father. In effect, the presidency of the United States will be under the control of the Mafia and CIA completely. The shadow government smiles. Joseph Kennedy's eldest son is killed in a mysterious accident. Joseph assures the CIA Mafia that his other son, John Fitzgerald, will abide by the scenario that Joseph has proposed. John is unaware of his father's deal. He is an intelligent young man but has an incessant eye for women. The election is rigged. JFK is the new president. John follows his father's will, but the patriarch falls ill. Suddenly, John and his younger brother Bobby find the path before them is open to their own direction. Possessed of consciences, they begin to pursue their own course. Aware to some degree of their father's connections, the full scope of the arrangement with the CIA Mafia was beyond their comprehension. They discover the black ops and the drug trafficking, and the CIA Mafia link. The two feel an overwhelming sense of betrayal. They are part of the system of injustice they have taken a vow to fight against. John promises to disband the CIA and the drug trade. A committed Bobby goes after the Mafia. Both groups feel the agreement is broken. The Texas Oil Consortium has its very foundation threatened. The military itself feels their war effort in the Bay of Pigs has been betrayed. The two young men have effectively threatened the most powerful organizations in the world. On November 22, 1963, at noon in Dallas, Texas, John Fitzgerald Kennedy is assassinated. On June 5, 1968, in Los Angeles, California, while on a presidential campaign, Robert Kennedy is assassinated. The world cried, not because most agreed with them, but because everyone somehow knew we lost one of our own.